Eastland match of the round, Division 1 blockbuster between South Belgrave and Montrose, round 2 of the EFNL Division 1 season. A big game ahead. First time we've actually been out here for a live contest in over a decade. Thanks for joining us via the Radio Eastern 98.1 FM app or our Facebook and YouTube streams. I'm Ryan Long, Media Manager, joined by Blake Tennant, Josh Ward and Brett Beston. Also joining us straight away is the five-time Premiership Hawk, two-time Norm Smith medalist and the Montrose senior coach, Gary Ayres. Gary, thanks for joining us. We'll leave the hard-hitting questions to Tennant over here, but a huge test of the boys today against another quality opponent and probably who's been the benchmark of the division in the last couple of seasons. I'm sure you and the boys are really looking forward to seeing where you sit.
Yeah, most definitely, and we've played them 3 times now, and unfortunately we've come up short every time, and so we've certainly played some good footy at different times within those matches. Early last year we were in front, sort of second half. One of the Ghana boys got hold of us. I think he kicked 5 or 6 or something like that. And then when we played him here, it was a bit of a wet, drizzly day late in the year, and probably halfway through the last quarter, I think there was only like about a 9 or 10 point difference or differential. And then of course we played them in that second semi-final as well, and I think we might have done Mitcham a bit of a favour in bringing that sort of physical heat to the game. So their A-graders, as we know, are really, really good. So we've got a couple of their boys out today, clearly, and we've just got to bring what we know works for us, and we've got to play those moments, I think, for a lot longer than what we've done against them, obviously, with previous opportunities. So, yeah, we've, like all of us, we're probably saying we've had a good pre-season, and now we've actually got to put it into what we want to see. So, yeah, hopefully just for a good game for everybody's sake, I guess.
And how did you assess last week? Obviously, big winners on the scoreboard in the end, but it was probably blowing off the cobwebs a little bit in the first half. How did you assess the game?
Yeah, I thought our method was actually pretty good throughout the course of the match. It was when we got away from that, or we probably went and did things that we know don't really work, and we're fully aware of those, then I think they capitalised and scored some pretty easy goals. And I felt I thought our shape around the ball and our ball movement on transition and the way we played with our, I guess, offensive side of the game, I thought was pretty good. And I think with 3 minutes to go, it was only 6 goals that Doncaster had scored. So they sort of like to get a lot of congestion around the stoppages, and we would rather get it on the outside per se. In that game anyway, pardon me, and I thought, 80-odd points, but there was some really unusual scores in round 1.
There was a lot of blowouts in round 1.
So I'm not sure what to make of that. The closest losing margin was, I think, Wanty South with about 5 goals. So, I think this competition should be a really, really even one. And last year, Croydon won, 5 games or something like that, and they get, relegated. Yep. So it sort of says that it's quite a strong and vibrant competition, I think.
And now I noticed there was, I think, according to Premier Data, you guys had around 170 contested possessions last weekend against Doncaster. Has there been much of a focus on working on the inside and getting that ball out to your outside runners? Yeah,
there has, and that's an area where if we want to match these good sides, clearly that's what we've got to do, because the physical, I guess, physique of like a side like South Belgrave, they're that sort of really almost mature sort of type body, and Mitcham don't have sort of that mature type body, but they have quite a lot of depth in their midfield, and the good sides obviously use their midfield in a manner which is clearances inside 50, and of course if you're getting it to Tim Smith too many times, he's probably going to mark quite a fair few of them, or Garner, and so they're a side clearly that we've got to match on the inside. But hopefully we have got a little bit more speed this year, and we want to try and clearly use our leg speed, shoulders out, get it into our forward line, which I think can be quite potent, as we saw last week.
Gary, tell us about personnel changes from last year. Have you got a lot of different players? You got 1 or 2 newbies, some losses from last year?
Yeah, we had 5 debutants last week, so they were brought to the club for specific reasons, clearly. Isaac Tanzamat, a young lad who played at Eastern Rangers, kicked 29 goals, and we think he's a smart little lad who hasn't played any senior footy except for last week, and he was on East Ringwood's, obviously, development program there and through their 19s. Liam Kenny's a really mature young lad from Tassie, and he's probably your more inside mid, and he had a pre-season with the Northern Blues in the VFL, so we'd like to think his fitness will be pretty good. little Paddy Hun from Warburton Millgrove, so he wants to try himself at the best level that he thinks at the minute, and I reckon that's a great kudos to him that he's able to want to do that, and he gave us a little bit of something different. Clearly, Geordie Eels was a late get. We'd been having a chat to him over the pre-season, and he was sort of, well, I want to still have a crack at Vermont, but of course that didn't work out for him. So, and I really loved his left leg, like he's something a little bit different for us, coming out of half back. And who was the other one, my friend? And it was, Kyle Staples. Of course, he's the other one. So he's Yep, that's right. He's the swingman that clearly when you lose a Gardole or a Langdon or, Billy Schilling the year before, we want to try and improve our overall swingman depth. And there's a couple of kids that are in the 19s and there's one or two out here in the reserves. So, they all contributed, and I was very, very happy with what they did last week. Only one game, though, by the way, but I thought they did what they had to do.
G'day, Gary. Just a quick one before we had a nice chat about coming on here. Obviously, we got the van here. Kudos to our great mate Lee here, just done a terrific job. And you come up to me and goes, the bloody van has taken my car spot, Gary. So you would have to talk about that, mate.
Well, exactly. So Blake said to me, you're right for 1:15. And I said, yeah, there's some bloody van parked over there at South Belgrave. That's where I normally park, so you better tell them to move on. So.
As long as you don't get us towed away, Gary, that'd be good.
No. Well, hopefully a stray ball doesn't come in and hit it.
Yeah, okay. So back to footy. There's a few reserves going at it here, but just the recruiting wise, of course, Besto alluded to as well. But I just want to touch on this one. The midfield is heavily what you've recruited. I've seen here. I've seen Liam Canny coming to the club. Patrick Hoon, of course, who you've touched on. That's come back to the club. Do you feel like that's the big drive that you're trying to recruiting-wise, is the midfield, kind of get that depth right as well?
Yeah, we've certainly seen over the last 2 years, Blake. Like, we've played 33 debutants in my 2 years at the footy club, and 15 of those have been out of our 17s and 19s. And then if you throw in another 5 last week, so that's 38. And what have we played together? Probably 41 games, I think, something like that, with the 5 finals we played in the last 2 years. So clearly for me, your midfield is super important. And if you're going to be a side that needs to contend, you've got to have, as you said, like that midfield depth. And the games don't get any easier. And clearly it's a long game that we play with 18 home and away rounds. And then you've got finals. And last year, the finals were just really intense, and they weren't high scoring really, except for probably Mitcham when they tailed up North Ringwood, and North Ringwood when they beat Beaconsfield from memory. Otherwise, you're talking 10 or 11 goals. Yeah. So, and again, what are their average 100 stoppages a game? And if you can actually get your clearance rate to be better than, say, 50%, I think that lends a lot more to how many inside 50s you can have. Now, they've got to be quality inside 50s, though, by the way. But we got Charlie Rossetti to the club late last year, and Josh Burrell, and yeah, we think that gives us impetus, as I'm sure most coaches do anyway, to win the clearance, and that's what we want to try and do.
Just one more as well. So you talked about as well with playing against the Saints, to have had your number 3-0 against Montrose coming into the game today. What do you think one way is to how to beat them? They've had your number. Definitely there'll be a lot of confidence around the Saints, but what do you think will have the measure for you, Montrose, to get the 4 points today?
I think it's a couple of things, Blake. I think it's certainly midfielders we've touched on, because they've got those mature bodies and they're strong in that congestion, and we've certainly got to try and limit their contested marking forward, obviously, Tim Smith and Garner and a couple of other lads. And then I guess the third thing is that the moments that we've played against them, that's got to be extended to be much longer, and that'll keep us in the game, and hopefully we get the 4 points.
Gary, you're a very busy man, so we really appreciate your time coming in. We'll look after Blake, of course, across the afternoon, keep his Montrose scarf off for a couple hours, but all the best today and for the season as well.
All right, so can I guarantee you'll go and get my car and bring it over here now?
Yeah, you can bring it over. We'll just move the van quickly. But
good on you, lads. Have a good call.
Thanks, Gary.
Thanks, Gary. That's the senior coach of the Montrose Football Club. A big game, of course, this afternoon. These two sides played off in a preliminary final last year, and as said, the 3 times they've met have been really good contests, and looking forward to this game ahead. There's quite a few other games in Division 1 to speak about, and touching on that last week, of course, those 4 games, Wantirna South Beaconsfield was a reasonable margin, Josh, but the other 4 games, I think north of 70 points in all 4 of them. Like, if you look at the ladder, percentages are quite high. I think Montrose are about 300 and something percent. This week, we should get some tighter contests, and I think one of them is going to be Doncaster versus Bayswater. 2 sides coming off a loss, and I think, looking on paper, they're both pretty evenly matched up. Ben White's the big loss for Bayswater, unless he's come back into the side. He has come back inside, so he wasn't in there yesterday. I was a bit worried about that, but that probably makes me feel a bit more confident in tipping Bayswater in this one.
Yeah, I'm still slightly leaning more towards Bayswater. I won't be surprised if Doncaster do get up, because I mean, most of those Bayswater players wouldn't have probably played out of Tram's reserve. It's quite a it's a lot more unique compared to Bayswater Oval, with the very skinny wings, and it's a very, very big ground in terms of going goal to goal. So that'll be interesting to see how well they adapt to that. But with the inclusion of White, I mean, they'll want to respond. That loss last weekend against the North Ringwood side, who often last year they were pretty close to. I mean, there was a match of the round late last year where North Ringwood, I think it was 14 or 15 points that they won by, and they've been evenly matched for a fair bit for their 2 meetings last season. So I don't know about you, Blake, but do you reckon Bayswater or Doncaster get up?
I think it's a hard one on paper, you would say, but due to the experience that Bayswater have, having Ben White, I think Paul Hasbrook also coming back to the side this week, I'm pretty sure. I didn't see his name listed last week, Paul Hasbrook, so that's another handy inclusion as well. Obviously we know Christian Pro, but also, Doncaster, they challenged Montrose, I would say, for a good 2.5 quarters, I would say. Reasonable, respectful team they are, Doncaster. But I honestly think Bayswater for me, I think,
Yeah, me too. I think Basie will get up. They've underperformed for a while now, but I think they'll just have a wee bit too much class. And there's a couple of blokes running around with the name of Galvin who are still playing pretty decently as well. So I think, Doncaster have had their problems. Let's hope for their sake that they can get back on track this year and start improving. But, I can't see them winning today, but stranger things have happened. But Bayswater for me.
A couple of other interesting games as well, I do have to admit, including North Ringwood, Beaconsfield, obviously both coming off, or 2 of the sides coming off big victories in the weekend, Ryan. Beaconsfield, obviously, running over the top of Wantirna South in the second half, and then North Ringwood, just a dominant performance. It was really that second half. And speaking with Robbie Nahas during the week, he was pretty happy. It was the 19s, the reserves also got victories. So that'll give them a boost of confidence. But against Beaconsfield, again, they're evenly matched, I reckon. They're 2 perfectly matched sides. So what do you reckon about this contest?
They are. It's an interesting one, and obviously having a look at Beaconsfield's ins and outs. They've lost quite a few players, obviously back to VFL. Matt Johnson's one of them. I think Monica's out. A couple others. So there's some changes. I think they made the 5 or 6 changes this week. And then compare that to North Ringwood. Tom Wilson comes out of the side, but other than that, they're pretty well consolidated from last week. And I think we all expected them to put in a good performance and win that game last week against Bayswater. But by the extent of that margin, Besto, I mean, to knock them off on the road by 70 to 80 points, that's a perfect way to start their season. Their 19s and Resi's got up as well, North Ringwood. So back at Quamby, where the game style seems to be a lot different there. It's a bit of a low-scoring ground looking at the results last year. But they'll be looking pretty happy with the way that they're sitting at the moment.
Oh, definitely. Look, it's always hard, isn't it, when you start off a season, because you can get the odd, strange result, I suppose, for want of another term. And you think, wow, look at that, 100-point thrashing. And then the next week, it's sort of, you've really got to give it 2 or 3 games to sort of even it out, I suppose, and see how they are travelling. But certainly an impressive performance first up. And with those outs you mentioned for Beaconsfield, I just think North Ringwood they're coming off the back of last week. They'll be up in confidence, and I think they'll get the job done today.
They do get Jafar Ocker back, which
that's
is great to
that's
see.
A big inclusion,
that's
isn't
a
it?
massive inclusion.
And they've also listed him as a back pocket this year, so maybe a new rule for Jaffa.
Well, they're playing, yeah.
Well, they've listed him on game day.
I know. They
Ducks and Drakes.
Smith was listed down in the back line last week for South Belgrave. You never know.
Don't believe what you read.
Just a quick one before we head off to the next game. But I'm just saying, North Ringwood to win by that margin. And, Bayswater's a very hard ground to score at. I think gathering along in the divisions and, being at Bayswater a couple of times, I think the past scores around 61 to about 70 around there, like as a winning total, you would say. So that's a massive win for North Ringwood to get 114 points at Bayswater. Never hard to do.
Their biggest score in over 3 years. So I think in 2022 in Premier Division they didn't hit the 100 point once, and they hit it only once or twice maybe last year, and never as much as what they did in terms of scoring 115 last week. That's a big
if they come out
improvement.
and have a really good win again today, then we really have to take notice of them. But I think it's too small a sample size in just 1 week. But you've got to start somewhere, and obviously it's a very good place to, a very good win first up.
That's right. And the other two games in Division 1 happening this afternoon, Mooroolbark host Mitcham and Wantirna South host Park Orchards. Park Orchards' form last week was fantastic. They scored the highest score in the round, 162, defeating Mooroolbark, and they're off to Wantirna South at Walker Reserve. I think all of us are going to probably tip Park Orchards on that one, I would imagine. And the other game, Mooroolbark-Mitcham, is an interesting one because Mitcham sort of fell away in that second half against South Belgrave, and I don't think you can really take, from hearing from the people who were at the game, Blake, I don't think you can take much out of that from a Mitcham perspective. I think it says what South Belgrave can do and the way they've come into the season again as what is probably the benchmark of the division.
Yeah, indeed. I think our good mate Wayne Brusher was also there. Brusher was just alluded to as well that, the first half, it was, you would say Mitcham, and then I think South Belgrave just got on the accelerator and just dominated through there in that second half of that game. And, I think with a Mitcham point of view, yes, they've still got a few outs. I think Jackson Halo's playing this week.
He's back in, yes.
That's you could say that's another big inclusion. Obviously, they're still waiting on Nick's availability if he's going to suit up for the Tigers, of course. But, this can we as well, just with the game, it's also a massive game for both of these clubs. I don't think they really like each other, like a bit of a rivalry going on there as well. Obviously there's respect to it, of course, with the two clubs, but this game's going to be a huge one, I reckon.
Played off in a couple of finals a couple of years ago.
I think they played 2 finals in 2022.
One apiece.
Yep. So, and then of course I think and they were one apiece last year too.
Yeah, that's right. So
a lot of history between these two clubs. So yeah, I think it's going to be a huge game. But I just think Mitcham, with their experience, premiership experience now, you could say, I reckon they can get the job done out of Mooroolbark today.
Yeah, I think so as well. And getting Zach Elms back into that defence is pretty good because I was there for that second half and their defence was teared open by South Belgrave. They missed some chances as well. Did Mitcham, mind you, South Belgrave's defence was really strong in that contest. So I don't think they'll take too much away from it. It's just, I do think it just shows how good South Belgrave is and how they are going to be the benchmark once again this year. But I'm tipping Mitcham here a bit more hesitantly now because of that margin last week. I think it's a banana slip game for Mitcham, Blake, against a Mooroolbark side who will definitely want to bounce back.
100%. Mitcham will want to bounce back, but I just want to allude to just a quick one as well. Jack Boland will debut this week. Know this fella for the last 3 years. He's a backman. He's part of the Eastern Rangers leadership group, so we don't know how many games he'll obviously play, but that's a very handy inclusion. He's got good ball smarts and knows where to find the footy. So I'm really excited to see this young fella go about his business today.
Playing off the half back line.
Yeah, against another familiar opponent in Jai Peacock, it says on here. But that's two VFL Coates Talent League players going at each other. So I think it's going to be an exciting contest down there at Heights Reserve.
Yeah, exciting for the Tigers to get him into the side this week. What we do every week is we have the Oracle tips come through. We don't know who this person is, but they've been able to send through their picks today. And for Division 1, I'll go through the list here. Doncaster, Bayswater. He's got Doncaster winning that game 53-50. Mooroolbark, Mitcham. has Murrelbach winning by 8 points over Mitcham, which would be another surprise if that gets up. North Ringwood Beaconsfield has North Ringwood winning that 88-79. And Montrose, South Belgrave, this one's a close one, has Montrose 101, it's to South Belgrave 99. If we get that game today, I'll be pretty happy. That sounds like a good contest to me.
The Oracle's a bit like, you remember when they used to do the tipping in the papers and they used to have the kiss of death?
Yeah.
That's what the Oracle's like.
So you're not backing Montrose a chance today?
To be honest, no.
We'll get into that game, of course.
Keep my receipts.
There you go. And then before we move on, Wanturna South Park Orchards, he has or she has Park Orchards 92-64 over Wanturna South.
Respectable.
I could see that happening.
Yeah. But I think Oracle could have a few results go their way, but it'll be interesting to see it throughout the afternoon. So. If you're on the score tracker, please keep the scores going because it's hard to tell on scores these days because they don't put it in the Play HQ.
It is up to the clubs to get that done. But in saying that, they were pretty slow in getting their teams in last Friday. This Friday, I got on my computer at 11 o'clock and almost everyone had put them in. So that's a quick improvement. And hopefully that continues on with the scores coming in today. We'll do our best to update across the afternoon. We'll jump into Premier Division before we're joined by the senior coach of the South Belgrave Football Club in Heath Black. A couple of interesting ones, a couple of ones that we think are going to go one-sided. We'll go through those quickly. Baldwin Norwood and Roeville Berwick. And no disrespect to Norwood and Berwick. They're both very young lists. Besto, they've had a high rate of turnover in terms of their senior group. So they're coming in very inexperienced, and they're playing two sides who played in the final series last year, including the premiers in Roeville. I think they're both one-sided contests. I hope I'm wrong on this, but I think they're potential blowouts both of the games.
It's hard to argue there, right? I mean, like the two sides, as you say, the other two sides are quite young, and you've got two well-established sides who have been there and done that in terms of finals, and I think they'll both get up. Definitely today. And I think it could get a bit ugly, but let's hope they can keep it reasonably close. But I think probably minimum of 5 to 6 goals, probably more in both games.
I agree on that one. And then Roeville will also get back their VFL talent in Cooper McDonald, Lockie Wine. There's a couple other players as well coming in. So they're at full strength, aren't they?
I think they're all playing VFL.
Yeah,
no, they're playing.
Cooper McDonald.
They're playing Roeville.
Cooper McDonald.
What did I read?
Cooper McDonald's
I think it's Trent Minot and Tame Barlow who are back.
Yeah.
Okay,
But,
the Port Melbourne bye.
Okay. Well, Lockie Wine's playing for North Melbourne today.
Okay,
so
they've got a couple back though. McDonald's in, I saw.
I think he's playing VFL, maybe. But
VFL,
you never know. You never know with VFL.
Either way, they've got Trent Miners definitely playing. They've got some players back in the side, so I think they're going to be very hard to beat today. Moving on, South Croydon East Ringwood's an interesting one. Brendan Allen's first game as senior coach of the Dogs. Obviously had a good run with Blackburn over the last 5 to 6 years, and he takes on an East Ringwood side who have recruited well again, Josh, over the off-season. Some big names into that side. Jamie Bennell, Trey Bennell. I think they've got 5 or 6 that are playing their first senior game for the Roos, which is pretty big. What do you make of this contest? So, do you give South Croydon a chance at home? They obviously struggled last year with their depth and their injuries. Looking a bit better, a bit more full strength coming into round one.
Yeah, I do think they will put up a contest. And, even when they're in the middle of the season, when these two met at Cheong Park and South Croydon were obviously going through a fair bit of injuries at the time, they really took it up to East Ringwood, and obviously they had that round one encounter last year, and South Croydon managed to get over the top thanks to some pretty accurate kicking. I think it was like 9 goals.
Night game too.
Yeah, so bit different this time around. I think they're playing a night game later this season, so at East Ringwood. But I definitely do give them a chance because there's some pretty decent players playing. You've got Chris Jones coming back to the club, Max King as well, Brain Kilpatrick still running around. Tom Sheridan is not playing VFL, so it's some pretty good players still around. But I think East Ringwood is the South Belgrave coach Heath Black just about to join us.
He is, the South Belgrave senior coach Heath Black jumping into the studio for the first time. Heath, thanks for joining us this afternoon. Big clash. We actually haven't been out here for over a decade to cover a South Belgrave game here, but second game for you in, so you might be the...
We needed a map to find our way out here.
Hey.
You're just following me around.
But a big game against another quality opposition.
Yeah, for sure. Look, getting over last week was I suppose for the club and people involved, just to get over the hurdle of round one, there was a lot of effort went in behind the scenes, and also, a long pre-season. So we move on from that really quickly, and our draw from rounds 1 to sort of 7 is really competitive. So as we're all aware, I think even though the scores were topsy-turvy last week, historically this competition is really, really tight, and I don't think you're going to see teams go through undefeated this year. I wouldn't have thought with what I've seen. So it can be a highly competitive game today, highly competitive across the season, and we totally understand and respect the comp as itself. Yeah.
How did you assess last week? Obviously, an impressive win. I think that sort of the scoreboard maybe blew out late in that last quarter with a really strong fourth term, but a great hit out against the reigning premiers of last year, and able to get some players coming into the side. Blake Simonson had a really strong game on debut for the Saints. How do you sort of see the way that it played out?
Yeah, obviously on review. A really contested game for a half. Both sides really competitive. A lot of turnover, as you do in round one with a highly competitive and pressure footy. I just think we took our opportunities in front of goal and kicked some real clutch goals where Mitcham probably missed a few, which could have kept them in the game leading into half-time. I also think that Mitcham, missed the scoreboard a fair bit throughout the last half. So, yes, it was a 9-goal sort of win, but on reflection, I think it could have been a hell of a lot closer. And especially if the goals had gone through and Mitcham's crowd had got involved at both ends of the ground, we know how much that it has an influence. I reckon it's 3 goals. So, look, all in all, yep, we ticked a lot of our key indicators, but there's still a huge room for growth for this team. And it's all new.
Yeah.
Game plan, structures, you name it. Pre-season's new, the whole lot.
Yeah, and how has the transition into senior coach of South Belgrave been going for you, G?
It's been good having Gatesy still on board. I know a lot of people and media people probably thought it's unprecedented to have a premiership, dual triple, whatever Gatesy is. He's probably 4-time, he'd tell you. But we've got a really strong connection. We're like-minded. We're not flat out serious. I think we know the line between what local footy is. It's a 70-30 thing for me. 70%, if you've got your squad totally bought in at 70% and the other 30% are there to be with their mates, I'm cool with that. But the 70% have to buy in, must buy in, and I think Gates is on board with that. Be able to tap into his knowledge with the list, the history of the club, how it all runs, has fast-tracked me by, I reckon, 4 months. Which hopefully has put us in good stead on field. And just the people around me, the support. Luke Dunstan, to have him in the midfield as a midfield coach and hopefully playing the back end of the year. Taylor Garner sitting there looking after the forwards. Tim Smith as an assistant coach. I've got a pretty cool crew around me.
Yeah, and how crucial have they been off the field? The Garner boys who have been around for the last couple of years up here in South Belgrave, and Luke Dunstan, Taylor and Luke obviously boasting AFL experience.
It's been great. I haven't coached local for quite some time and went into more of a welfare role with the AFL and the coach talent pathway, and still had my toe in the water, and you still know you're up to date with all the new stuff, which was good for me. But you still have your driving to Mitcham last week, you still have your doubts of whether you can pick up on certain cues on game plan, and I'm a bit of a deep thinker and I do my work, and I like to think that I'm very well prepared leading into games. So of course I'm going to get out-coached at times, but I'm highly competitive and I can't play footy anymore, so if I have a win in the coach's box, that's good for me.
Yeah, g'day Heath, good to see you back as well in the Eastland Footy League. Good to see you, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Just a quick one as well. Last week, really dominant performance against the premiers, of course. What was it, that spark? Because winning the first and second quarter, but what sparkled South Belgrave and your side to get over that victory? Obviously, a few good plays stood out for you as well. We said it before, but what stood out for you the most from that game? Just a recap of the game.
Yeah, look, I think for us, we're very set in our ways with the way we move the footy, and why would you change it? But for me, to be more sustainable moving forward, we had to change our ball movement and whatnot. And what happened last week, we went back to what we knew, long down the line, kick it to Tim, let him do a miracle, and we win, right? But that's not sustainable. So we have to come up with different ways, and when Tay's back, to be able to kick a real good score with other people having an involvement, not just two tall timbers down there. So I think we went away from that, and after half-time reinforced it. And I think once they get the belief, by round 6, that's when I think things will start to be streamlined. But leading, we might have a few bumps on the way to round 6. Who knows? But as long as they're trying to do what I'm trying to get them to do, I'm happy with that.
And also Matteo Delfonso, really strong performance last week from reports. And obviously coming across from Sylvan, obviously you would say want to try compete in a high Division 1 club. How have you seen his pre-season and also round 1 last week?
Yeah, look, won most of our sort of won our pre-season camp, which was a grueling 4-hour training session at Wattle Park. So he got awarded the best trainer there. His leadership qualities, his character, his person, just the way his values and beliefs are amazing. So to give you an idea, he's come in, done the pre-season, got the respect from his teammates, and was voted into the emerging leaders group, and even had votes for vice captain. So that's the sort of character that you've got. Coachability through the roof, does whatever he's told. Just someone that could be a future captain of the club moving forward.
Heath, this South Belgrave side have been up the top of the tree for a while. They're a very, very good club and a very good side. When you came into the group, was it a bit like sort of getting a really nice car that you really didn't have to do anything with? It was already running smoothly, and you've just...
I tell you what, and that was where the pressure built, because... you've been told, and I've watched him as a dad and as a parent on this side of the ground for 3 years, and I paid my money as a parent to watch Tim, because Tim does extraordinary things. Yeah. So to then get given the keys, and really it was my role to try and find the club a coach. And in a twist, I found myself, which is a bit weird. But all in all, I'm pretty privileged to be able to, and I feel calm here. It's got a good feel. Been around local footy clubs a lot, and this has just got, I don't know, it's the parents are involved, and I know it's at every local footy club, but this has got something special about it. I don't know whether it's premierships or whatever it is, but it just seems to flow pretty well.
And just one thing that I think a lot of people don't realise, that there's a lot of youth in this side. I think there's 10 players who are 21 or younger, which a lot of people probably wouldn't know, and they're all talented players. So it's a great sign for the future of the club, not just in this year, but going on in the next 3 to 5 years, that you're well set up.
Yeah, it's a great call. Most of those kids I've known since they were 15. And to have the opportunity to actually coach them, most of them are around my house, watching the footy on Friday nights. It's quite a bizarre setup, and knowing taking them through game plan, knowing that core group and what they do during the week. Those guys are lifting weights 4 times a week.
Yeah,
they're in the gym before they come here. They're in the gym after they train here sometimes. So that they're semi-professional athletes. Would you believe, who are tradies, most of them, who are putting the work in, and that then translates onto our older sort of group. They're going, well, the 20-year-olds are putting in here, I better actually lift my game, and it's working really well, and it's good to watch.
Absolutely. Heath, it's been a pleasure to have you on board for the pre-game. All the best today. We can't wait to look forward to seeing how the side goes against another strong opposition in Montrose.
Thanks for the support. Enjoy.
Thanks, Heath. The senior coach of the South Belgrave Football Club, Heath Black, has done a great job coming into the side, taking over Luke Galliot this year. We're going to go to our first ad break, and then when we're back, we're going to jump back into Premier Division and go through the rest of the games this weekend. You're listening to the Radio Eastern 98.1 FM Eastland Match of the Round.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round, South Belgrave versus Montrose, Division 1 blockbuster out here at Belgrave South Recreation Reserve. We've just spoken to both senior coaches, Gary Ayres and Heath Black, and it's a pleasure to always have those sort of talented experienced coaches coming into the box to chat with us, and that was always good. Belgrave South Recreation Reserve, first time we've been here in over a decade, and we were just saying just before off air that fantastic little venue up here. It's a bit of a country feel, Besto.
It's
good
great,
crowd
yeah.
packed in here. Might have to come up here a little bit more. And the burgers, I think we should bring back the segment of the burger rating.
Yeah, we talked about that last week.
Because
the South Park burgers, I'm pretty sure. That's what they call
the
it
South
here.
Burger. The club has looked after us, given us a few tickets for the free burgers. Very nice. And I don't know if you've got your rankings, Blake.
Yeah,
this could be your little segment.
8 out of 5 I'm going to give it today.
8 out of 5.
8 out of 5.
That doesn't add up.
That's right. Well, you got to get the half in, I reckon.
No. You said 8 out of 5. That's 3 more than 5.
Sorry.
8 out of 10. Is that what you mean?
8 out of 10.
Oh, jeez. 8 out of 5.
Very Pythagoras.
It was very, very nice burger.
Well, this
Good
segment's
topping,
dead. We can't run with this here.
Might have to be the man that goes to all footy clubs that we're covering all the match of the days and see how we go there.
Right,
but
well,
very happy with
fix up your ranking system before we continue that. But just to correct myself from earlier with the Roval inclusions, you're right. Lockie Wine, Cooper McDonald and Braden Lepanchi are all playing VFL listed. And I think I misread the post. So they're all making their debut as well for those VFL teams, which is fantastic.
So for viewers listening at home, so Braden LaPlanche is also Casey listed, so he'll be playing there. Cooper McDonald's a Collingwood listed, and Lockie Wind is also North Melbourne, but he was originally Box Hill, but now he's playing for North Melbourne now.
And Port Melbourne had the bye, right? So that's where...
I think it's Frankston.
Frankston.
I'm not on my VFL knowledge. One league is enough for me. But let's jump back into this afternoon's games. We'll continue with Premier Division. We spoke about Baldwin Norwood and Roval Berwick. The other 3 games... South Croydon East Ringwood we touched on as well. The other 2 games, Blackburn Vermont's a very interesting one, and Doncaster East Noble Park. So let's talk about Doncaster East Noble Park, Brett, and you're our Bulls expert. Still waiting on, obviously, Kyle Martin later in the season, but they've lost a couple of big names. Obviously, Ryan Morrison down back is probably the biggest loss. I think Casey's back to Bond Beach. So it'll be interesting to see how they go up against a Doncaster East side who have once again recruited well.
Yeah, indeed, and it's a big loss because Jackson Casey was really good last year. But they've still got, a sprinkling of good names. And as you say, I'm not sure about Kyle Martin when he's due back, but they'll get him back at some stage. Sketcher had to carry a big load last year, didn't he? Having to go into that midfield with Martin not there. But hopefully some of the other young guys can stand up. I also think they'll miss Ryan Morrison too because he's
that's a huge loss.
It's a big loss because he's just Mr. Dependable down the back. But I still think that they can cover, and I think they'll get the chocolates today. They finished 7th last year, so they'll be looking to go a little better than that. And I think they'll.
And we're in the top 6 pretty much the whole season. It wasn't until
it just dropped out towards the end. Which is unfortunate. But I think they might get it done today. Well, I hope so. But let's not take anything away from Doncaster East. They were good last year as well. But I think Noble Park in a close one.
Yeah, and we touch on heavily about Ryan Morrison. I think he's been the team of the year for the last, couple of years now, probably even more than that. So he's been an incredible servant. But now we need to know who's going to take that next step for the Bulls this year as well. And it's going to be interesting. And just having a look as well with the recruiting wise of Doncaster East, they have brought in a few good, reasonable players coming through. So this game's going to be a very good contest. And I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing what the Oracle says in a couple minutes' time, but I'm looking forward to seeing this result because it could go both ways. I reckon it'll be head-to-head, but I think Doncaster for me.
Yeah. The other guy, too, that I just wanted to mention, I forgot about him, was Chris Horton-Milne, who had a really good year last year, and he stepped up in the absence of Kyle Martin as well, so look out for him to have a big year this year, too.
Yeah, he's going to probably need to if they are to cover that loss, obviously with Casey out in the first half of the season. Blake, you touched on the Oracle. Let's have a look at what the Oracle has predicted for Premier Division. The Oracle has Balwyn defeating Norwood by 15 points, has East Ringwood in a nail-biter over South Croydon by 6 points, has Vermont to defeat Blackburn by 11 points, Doncaster East to defeat Noble Park by 12 points, and Roeville to defeat Berwick by 34 points. So pretty close games except for that last one, according to the Oracle. If we get that, that's probably a pretty good round of footy.
And just as well, Blackburn and Vermont, Blackburn just always show up to that game as well. If you have a look at the past, I think Blackburn might have pinched Vermont twice last year. Is that correct? I'm pretty sure.
Just once, I think they played and defeated them in that game at Vermont.
They always show up for those games, Blackburn. So
it's a good rivalry, isn't it, between two sides?
I think they're the only two sides as well. I've been in the Eastern Footy League for a while as well.
Have you?
A couple of years anyway.
But I've always seen Blackburn and Vermont as the two top dogs. You would say back in 10 years ago. You can probably go back way around. So these two sides have got a massive rivalry, and it's going to be exciting to see how they'll go. But time will tell in an hour or so. But we'll find out at 5 o'clock who gets the chocolates.
Yeah, certainly one game to have a look at. That's out at Moreton Park today. So if you're around the area, have a go at checking that one out because I think that will be quite a close contest. Let's move on to Division 2 now. A couple of games I think will probably go one way. Boronia Mulgrave, the Hawks unfurl the flag this afternoon at Tormore Reserve. I can't see them really losing to Mulgrave. They were somewhat competitive against Waverley Blues last week and still lost by 22 points. And I just think everything has to go right, and Baronia's got to have a really poor game to lose that. They're just, even when they have an off day, they still win comfortably, the Hawks. And I just don't know if Mulgrave are going to be able to hang with them for 4 quarters. I think they'll be competitive, but I can't see them winning this one.
Yeah, I think they'd be happy if it's 3 goals or less or 20 points or less, the margin Mulgrave, because that's a pretty good effort against a
especially at Tormore.
Yeah, especially Tormore Reserve, which is a very difficult ground to navigate for away side. So, but yeah, Boronia getting Jake Mallis back as well is also a pretty handy inclusion. And in saying that, he's probably in the mid-range in terms of the quality of players in their lineup. You look at the likes of Josh Begley and Mitch Mellis. I think it was 32 touches last week for Mellis, and obviously the 8 goals for Josh Begley. But
and 14 tackles too.
Which is 20 touches too, I think he had. So.
Which is a super impressive effort. So, I mean, it's going to be hard for Mulgrave to stop those. Just because, again, I feel like their defence is still somewhat of a weakness, and I think Boronia will be able to slightly open them up and get the job done.
Yeah, I think so. And then the other games, Ringwood take on East Burwood. This one's a bit of a 50-50 one for me, I think. I think both sides have the capability at their best to win this game. And Ringwood, a really impressive win last week, Blake, against Templestowe. I don't think anyone had predicted that one coming. And Templestowe were inaccurate and did control, looking at the statistics, large periods of the game. But it didn't matter.
Yeah, and if you have a look at my ladder predicting, I had Ringwood in the 9th, so they proved me wrong for starters. But round one, early days coming through. But for Templestowe, I would say it's a bit of a worry for them. I know it's round one, and they're predicted to be up there in the ladder this year. Well, I predicted them to make the finals as well, but. For Ringwood's sake, obviously they're a very young team. You would say, Blake Naismith was. I was listening in to a local leader on the weekend, and I think they said that Blake Naismith was terrific all day. He competed, he might have had 15 touches, but those 15 touches were solid as well. And it's a big day as well for the Ringwood Footy Club. Got their past players day as well. I think it's also the 2014 reunion day for the 19s, I'm pretty sure. So big day there. But from East Burwood point of view, they always show up when they play Ringwood. Not for the last... Whenever these two sides were in Div 1, it was always, East Burwood, they always showed up. They showed up last year too, East Burwood. I think they won that one. So
Jubilee, which we were at.
Yeah, so it's going to be a tight one, this one. I'm going to go East Burwood on this one. I just think that East Ringwood want to have a point to prove early on. They had a tough loss against Croydon, who are meant to be up there too, but I reckon East Burwood in a tight one like last year.
I think it'll be very close. The meetings between these two, other than I think the two finals they met in 2022, have been
not much in it.
Yeah, not much in it. And I think we've seen the last couple of times they've met at Jubilee Park. So I'm expecting a tight contest. I just think that win for Ringwood against Templestowe will give them a lot of belief. And looking at their lineup, it is still somewhat resembling that lineup, that was really strong before COVID, and obviously that made the grand final in 2022. So there's definitely plenty of talent on the list, and I think that just gets them over the line. I don't think they'd want to have 3 losses in a row against East Burwood at Jubilee Park as well. So if they're 2-0, it's the perfect start for them. Concerns if East Burwood are 2, and I had them 9, so maybe my ladder predictor could be right with the start of the season they had.
Well, you got to take your wins because we get a lot wrong and we hear about it. But
definitely, I copped it from all Ringwood supporters last week when they beat Templestowe. So
you won't be heading out there after this game?
Probably not. I'll probably have to do the old pick-up because my old man's at the past players' day. So, I'm definitely staying in the car park. They can come to me and see me. So.
And then the other 3 games in Division 2, the Basin take on Templestowe at Batterham Reserve. Interesting. Do you reckon, do the Bears... I'll start with you. Looking at the Friday night game, they only kicked the 4 goals. Night games are a little bit funny where sides don't score as much, usually having a look at recent history. But they're probably their connection from the midfield to the experienced forward line, which they've been able to bring into the club, probably just wasn't there. Do you see much difference back on their home deck? It's a smaller ground. It's a unique ground. Sides sometimes struggle to play down there. Do you give them a bit of a chance against a side who should be raring to go after a disappointing loss?
Yeah, not really. I think they'll go better because the points you made are very valid. Obviously, the night games you can get some strange results and etc. But I think Templestowe will just have too much for them, and I think they'll get that win today, definitely.
Yeah, and Josh, you look at Perry, Schilling, a couple of these Cardamone who are up forward. I just don't know if they're not getting enough delivery from their midfield, which is a pretty young midfield, a little bit inexperienced at times. Do you start throwing magnets around? Do you move Billy Schilling into the guts and see if he can create some damage? Because I think they had maybe 12 touches combined between the 3 of them last week. So you'd probably try and maybe get them involved in the game a little bit more.
Yeah, I definitely tried to do so. That was probably their one weakness last week. They were pretty solid defensively, and in attack they looked threatening at times, but it was just that midfield where they were just out-muscled by a Heathmont midfield that boasted the likes of Mullinger McHugh, Dylan and James Feltham as well, Lake Tink. They're all pretty big bodies and have played at the Premier Division level. So, and that's Templestowe's weakness. So maybe they should throw Billy Schilling in there to start the contest just to, get them some contested possessions maybe and creativity. But I still think Templestowe's midfield, especially with by Michener and Bailey Griffiths potentially in ruck, it's going to be too hard to stop Blake.
Yeah, I touched on as well, interesting one. I just want to see where Templestowe are at. That's the question why I said on here it's interesting, because I just want to see where Templestowe are at. And this is an opportunity for them to see, where they are. Obviously they're playing against the Basin, who you would say are quite young, and of course have recruited that experience definitely there. But it's also, I wanted to see how both teams are at, really, for this one. I think this one's a huge one. You got to say Templestowe got to win, but it's up to them on how they want to show it, because they don't want to go 0-2, and I don't think Basin would want to
guess who they got round 3? They've got the reigning premiers at home, but still, if you go 0-2 and you head into that game, similar to Mitcham, they've got to win today against Mooroolbark, because they've got Montrose next week away from home, and that's a big one. Just puts a little bit more pressure on. I know we obviously look ahead a fair bit in this show, but it is a valid reason. You can't be starting too slow.
And it could be an 8-point game.
Yeah,
there's a lot
for
of
Templestowe.
Yeah, 8-point games are crucial. So it's going to be a big one down there at the Bear Cave. They like to call it down there, down at the Basin. So it'll be interesting. So a little shout out to the Basin for that one there.
And the last two games, the Waverley Blues take on Heathmont, and then at 5 p.m. tonight, Croydon take on Lilydale in a little bit of a under the lights. Actually, now that it is daylight savings, it will be dark by that time, so it will be under lights there at Croydon Oval. Tips on this one before we move on to Div 3 for both games?
Croydon and Templestowe for me.
Sorry, Heathmont Waverley Blues.
Sorry. You got to say Heathmont.
Besto?
I'm going the Waverley Blues in a bit of an upset.
Like what you saw from last week? Got a good win against Mulgrave?
They did. It wasn't a big win, but they got the win nonetheless. And Heathmont, they weren't completely convincing against the Basin. I mean, they only won, by 27 points. So hard to gauge in the first week. But I like the Waverley Blues with big Josh Williamson up forward, kicking 3 or 4, and I think they'll get it done.
Croydon for me, and I think Heathmont. I think it'll be a very tight contest between the two, not like their semi-final, but I just think Heathmont, too much class in their midfield.
And I was down there, and also down there at Lilydale on Tuesday night. They definitely see, the energy and vibe was definitely up and about for Lilydale during the week, but again, a very young team for Lilydale against, I would say, you guys probably say this as well, but definitely a premiership contender in Croydon. So it's going to be
absolutely big winners last week.
I reckon it'll be a very low-scoring game, this one.
And
I think the highest score will probably be 75. I reckon 75 will get the job done.
Oh, the Oracle. You the Oracle. Oracle has Croydon finishing with 75 at Lilydale 52. You just gave yourself away.
There you go. Yeah. It's not me, but it's definitely not me, but I think it'll be a 75 will be the winning score tonight. That's my prediction.
I think that's pretty reasonable. Looking at the Oracle's tips, as Baronia to defeat Mulgrave, Ringwood to defeat East Burwood, Templestowe to defeat the Basin, Waverley Blues to defeat Heathmont, and then Croydon obviously to defeat Lilydale, as we just said.
Can we get some scores, like just the Oracle scores just quickly?
Baronia 103, Mulgrave 71, Ringwood 74, East Burwood 54, the Basin 44, Templestowe 70, Waverley Blues 86 to Heathmont 66, Croydon 75 to Lilydale 52. That's the Oracle's predictions this week.
Yep.
Well, let's move on to Division 3. I think at the moment, currently in the reserves game here, there's 14 minutes to go in the last term, and Montrose leads 6-5-41 to 2-5-17, and I think they just kicked another one, so they extend that lead. Look like they will take out the reserves game. Moving on to Division 3, couple of interesting ones. Let's start with Donvale versus Surrey Park. Both sides coming off a win. We saw Donvale last week, and it's just workmanlike the way they pull out their performances, and they got over the line by 27 points. Surrey Park had a big win over Warrandyte at home, unfurled the flag. Their 19s are going great guns at the moment. Had another big win against Bayswater in Division 1. So they're playing up a grade, up 2 grades compared to the seniors. That they are absolutely flying. They've got the 2 under-19s going at the moment. Senior side is in good shape. Jake Summons came into the lineup. Josh kicked the 4 goals last week. Kane Hendon had 35 touches, was fantastic. And I said yesterday on the pre-season, the Friday preview podcast that they were my roughie. I'm backing them in as a bit of an upset here. I'm sure I know where your opinion is.
Yeah, it's Surrey, because I'm at risk of being fined if I don't tip Surrey. But I think I do think they are a big chance. I know it's up at Donvale Reserve and
unfurling the flag to the Magpies.
Yeah, the two flags as well.
Rezzies, yep.
Yeah, I think they've unfurled that flag. They've obviously got the seniors a bit later on, but again, they'll definitely be up and about for that. But I reckon Surrey's inside grunt can match it now, I reckon, with Donvale. Obviously, we talked about how that was a bit of a weakness, somewhat of a weakness last season, particularly in the middle of the year. But with Hendon getting 35 touches, 15 of those contested, I believe, Smith having almost 30 touches as well, there's definitely that inside grunt to, match it up with the likes of Zach Haig and James Rouser as well. I think Jake McCormack played a bit of midfield last week as well. So I'm pretty confident, and we saw last week Ferntree Gully's league speed was able to run over the top of Donvale in that first quarter. It'll definitely be interesting to see if Surrey are able to do that, and I reckon they can.
Blake?
Donvale for me.
That's quick.
I think they're a very classy team, and I watched a bit last week in Adelaide, of course, but I thought it was really well-run game by Donvale, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they go unveiling a flag. Surrey gets to be involved in 2 flag unveilings in 2 weeks as well, boys. So that's another interesting
step.
Yeah. So you find that weird. So, but I think it'll be a big day down there. I think they call it the Nest if we're talking down there, down at the Donvale Nest. But it should be an exciting battle down there. Just to see where Surrey Park is as well, coming up against the top team at the moment. It's going to be interesting. I'm going to go, Donvale.
Perfect test for him, Besto. You saw Donvale last week. Are you backing them in to get the job done again?
I sure am. I liked what I saw from Donvale, and they've got Kyle Hegney, of course, had a sensational game last week, and expecting Max Otten to
If you would listen to last week's Match of the Round broadcast, Besto gave Max Otten a few harsh words in that first quarter.
It was warranted in the first quarter, but he was outstanding.
After that, he finished with 30 touches in the end. So we'll keep an eye on who's not performing well in this game in the first quarter and not judge too quickly just in case to fall into that trap.
Yeah.
But, you're right. He did certainly in those last 3 quarters perform really well. Coldstream versus Knox is an interesting game, Josh. The Oracle has Knox actually winning by 10 points over Coldstream on this one. Both sides coming off a win. Coldstream came from behind to defeat Oakley District by 14 points away, which is a tough ground to go. That's a fair way to go from Coldstream to Oakley. And then Knox as well were big winners at home against Sylvan. It's a hard one to tip because they're both, obviously come into the season with some good form, and it's a good test, especially for Knox going off to Coldstream. Big ground to play at. Bit of a difference from Knox Gardens, but I really like what Knox have done. It's young list, Jackson Anderson, Pears have come into the side. They've been able to perform really well. Harrison Greaves kicked another 4 goals. I did tip Coldstream, but I certainly think Knox are a big chance to pull a win away from home.
Yeah, I definitely think so. And I think you said the Oracle's margins was 10 points, and I reckon that'll probably be the margin because I was more impressed with Coldstream coming from behind and running over the top of Oakley District. I don't know if there was a wind out there at Princess Highway Reserve. That might not have mattered because I feel like Jared Bayliss' Powtown side, at least most recently, has been has run over the top of the side. So, but I'm still backing Knox in. Braden Barlow missing is a bit of a loss in that forward line, but I still think there's plenty of talent. They should get the job done, Ryan.
Yeah, I think I like Coldstream. Coldstream, very old team, you would say. If you have a look at their list, very old, but I'm going Coldstream.
Yeah, and we'll certainly be looking out for that one today. We're going to go to another ad break before we get ready for the big game between South Belgrave and Montrose. And before we do, we'll go through some fiction matches in the rest of Division 3 and Division 4. You're listening to the Radio Eastland Match of the Round.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round, South Belgrave versus Montrose, Division 1 blockbuster, round 2 of EFNL football. Underway this afternoon at the moment in the reserves game. It is Montrose 8-5-53, leading South Belgrave 4-6-30 with 6 minutes to play. So that game almost finished. If you've just joined us, we've already spoken to both senior coaches, Gary Ayres, Heath Black. Fantastic to get their experience and knowledge in the box. I'm Ryan Long, media manager of the EFNL, joined by Blake Tennant, Josh Ward, and Paul Uconi. And Paul Uconi, for the first time this afternoon, welcome back to the box. I'm sure you're looking forward to what should be hopefully a close game.
Yeah, both sides had really good wins last week, and both will probably both are big contenders for Division 1 this year, and hopefully it's a good game.
Said it well, the two sides played in a preliminary final last year. They're going to be contenders again this season, you'd have to imagine. Just before we went to the last ad break, we were going through Division 3. We spoke about Donvale, Surrey, Coldstream, Knox. The other three games, Sylvan host Fair Park, Warrandyte host Oakley District, and Upper Ferntree Gully host Ferntree Gully in a night game at 6 p.m, Blake, which is exciting for Upper Ferntree Gully and Ferntree Gully. The two sides haven't played for, I think, what Upper Gully said.
95?
Yeah, almost over 25 years. So it's a long time since the two sides have met. Can they reignite the rivalry? Can you see it coming back? And certainly starting, obviously it's not much for the players who don't have that experience, but for the two clubs itself, it is unique to have the two sides back.
If you have a look back, through the years, of course, they haven't actually, of course, played in 25 years. But if you look at the rivalry, though, like Ferntree Gully have always been, around that third division, where Upper Gully, of course, won the Division 3 flag in 2016. So Upper Gully have been going up, and now they're just slowly coming down. So I think it's matching up to be really a terrific game. This is, what footy brings. The two Ferntree Gully sides, you would say, one's Upper and one's Ferntree Gully, of course. But I think it just brings the footy clubs together, have a good game of footy. Yes, there might be a few argy-bargies, a bit of, wrestling going on there. But after the game, it's just more of a, get-together for both clubs. So I'm really looking forward to this one. But for me, I think this is where Ferntree Gully, you would say they were competitive for a couple of quarters, and then Donvale ran over the top.
So.
They ran over the top of them.
Brave efforts.
And of course, Upper Gully won their first game in probably, you would say, maybe 3 years. I'm pretty sure. Of course, did they?
No, they won last year.
Oh, they won. Yeah, couple. Yeah, so they will be up and about too. So both teams would want to be up and about and get a win, because this will be crucial as well. You want to bank in these early wins. So I'm going Ferntree Gully.
Absolutely. We're going to jump into Division 4 too, because we do want to touch on this game before it starts. Croydon North Emlock face Nuttawading. Scoresby play Forest Hill, and Whitehorse host Chirnside Park. Interesting, Croydon North, Nuttawading are two sides who really look forward to this game every year. They know it's a good chance to get a win early. They played each other, I think, in round 1 or round 2 last season, Josh. The Oracle actually has Croydon North Emlock winning by 5 points. I think it's going to be a similar margin. I actually don't know which way it's going to go.
I think it's probably going to go towards Nuttawading. I do think it'll be very close, because Nuttawading, they haven't had too much list turnover compared to previous years. Obviously, Croydon North Emlock have had a little bit of list turnover, or have brought in players. I'm not too sure if they've lost players, but I think Croydon North Emlock in particular will be raring to go, because it is their first game of the season, of course, last week. Having the bye, but I still think Nuttawading will get the job done. They've 2 good wins against Croydon North Emlock late last year. I think both times Croydon North Emlock struggled with potentially plays out, and towards the back end of the season they managed to get the job done. So, but expecting a pretty tight contest.
Yeah, definitely right. And I think all of us would tip Scoresby against Forest Hill with the way the two sides are looking at the moment. And then Whitehorse Chirnside is an interesting one. I think Chirnside is still one of the two sides to beat with Kilsyth, and we'll see when they play Scoresby, see if Scoresby's the potentially the ultimate contender. And then Whitehorse are the one where we're not sure yet. They had a big win last week against Forest Hill, which was really impressive. They won by over 10 goals, which is a good way to start the season. If they can knock off Chirnside Park at home, Springfield Park, bit of a unique ground as well, you'd have to back them in as a good chance. And if they do, really sets themselves up for what could be a big season.
100%, and I've had a look as well. The reserves from Whitehorse last year were very solid as well. And the thing is, of course, is, can Andrew Haining's men, deliver? This is the big occasion here. Obviously, a very tough year last year as well. But to win last week, again, against Forest Hill, it's a huge win for Whitehorse. But for them to back it up this week against a team that's recruited heavily well in Chirnside Park, it's going to be a very exceptional battle. I'm looking forward to seeing how this goes. I think the experience of Chirnside Park might get Whitehorse, unfortunately, here. But I just want Whitehorse to show what they did last week against Forest Hill, because they are playing against a very good contending team, and it's going to be an interesting battle. I'm going to go Chirnside Park.
Yeah, I'm going to tip them as well. Lee Odom had to kick the 4 goals last week and was their best player on the ground. Let's touch on this game now. We've got a couple minutes left before the reserves finish up and the seniors come out onto the ground. So we will be starting a bit later than obviously the 2:20 time slot. But really exciting matchup. And Blake, obviously, both teams were a big chance to win the flag last year coming into that final series. South Belgrave were the undefeated side and the big talking point. And Montrose, I think people may actually forget, in that preliminary final, or the semi-final, they were in front in that third quarter and was a real big chance of winning that game.
I think they were up by 2 goals, maybe. So they were definitely in that game. But the thing is, I felt like they pushed South Belgrave to the limits, and that kind of broke Montrose, because if you have a look, Michael Swab, he's a player, did his knee. We don't know when Montrose will be, seeing him back in the colours this year. We don't know that yet, but he was a big loss in their prelim final. Just that electric small forward for Montrose, of course. But the thing is, it's just it was heavily talked in the pre-season podcast. I think Brash alluded to, and I think Josh would have too, is just the inconsistency with the scoring. I saw it last week as well when I was going through the game here. Montrose kicked 3 goals 6 early, so that's a concerning feature as well. You want to put South Belgrave away early, because if they're still in the contest, we all saw it in the semi-final, and if you think about the grand final, if there was another 10 minutes, I reckon South actually would have won if there was another 10 minutes because they kicked the goal, remember, South Belgrave, and then the siren sounded. So you would say with another 10 minutes they could have run over the top, but I'll give credit to Mitch and they were solid all day that game. But I think you've just got to put the hammer on the sword early with South Belgrave. You've got to put the good work in early, and you just got to make sure that they can't come at you because they are a very strong team at that.
You're absolutely right. If you don't take your chances, you won't beat them.
Yep.
It's simple as that. They're always going to have a patch in that game
Definitely.
today that they'll be able to have control of the footy. Tim Smith's the big target up forward, but Josh, last week they started to use some other players up forward rather than going directly to your Smith and Garner and focus. Obviously, Taylor Garner didn't play last week, but that's something that's a big focus from South Belgrave, because I think in the grand final, Mitcham probably exposed them a little bit. They knew they were almost a little bit predictable going forward, and they were dropping players in front of both Smith and Garner and making good contests of it, and then driving that run off the half-back line that really hurt South Belgrave in that grand final. So it's something they've addressed with Heath Black coming into the role of senior coach, and I think we'll get a good look at today at who else is going to make that forward line make up that forward line and be a big threat.
Yeah, and just looking at their goal kickers from last week, I mean, Nick Keeley kicked the 3 goals. Damien Garner and Blake Simonson, who had a great debut for South Belgrave, also kicked the 2 goals. But they also got a fair few single goal kickers like their midfielders, Liam Kidd, Charlie Peters, Spencer Richards-West, who I thought was actually pretty good. It up forward as well and made a contest wherever he was. But yeah, it's still going to be Tim Smith, that big focal point. And Heath Black isn't wrong. He can do so much freakish stuff, can Tim Smith. There was some moments last week where he was just assisting teammates and then getting goals out of nowhere pretty much. So, it's going to be interesting to see how Montrose are able, or if Montrose can contain him.
Well, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And as Heath has said, I mean, he 99% of the time he'll be able to pull off the miracle. But you don't want to be relying on Tim Smith miracles every week, obviously. And it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. Brett Beston will also be joining us on the boundary line today. And credit to Brett because he is a bit under the weather this afternoon. And he's running solo on the boundary. So when he's out there, we'll cross down to him and check out the conditions. It's a great day out here at Belgrave South Recreation Reserve.
Boundary.
As there he is now. We've got Brett Beston on the boundary line. Brett, how is it out there?
It's beautiful, mate. Absolutely superb down here. A little bit of overcast sky, but there's no rain forecast, I don't think, much for this afternoon. Basically, there's no wind at the moment. It's very, very still. So the breeze, whichever side wins the toss, really not going to be a significant factor. And there's no changes to either side. It's a jumper change with Jordan Nuka, who was listed in jersey 33. He's now wearing jersey 50, but in terms of personnel changes, nothing else.
That's great to see. And your tip this afternoon, we sort of alluded to it in the preview there. Are you tipping South Belgrave to continue their run and win their second game in a row, or can you see the upset?
I definitely am. They're hard to beat up here, and they're hard to beat anywhere, to be honest, but I just think they'll have too much class. Tim Smith coming off 4 goals last week, so it'll be interesting to see who plays on him. They've got a couple of the Garners out, but they've got one still playing, of course, and I think they'll just have a bit too much today, and I think they'll get up by probably 4 goals.
Thanks, Brett, there on the boundary line. As we said, he's toughing it out today. He's under the weather and he's doing a fantastic job there. Solo this afternoon on the boundary. Blake, to answer that question, who does take Tim Smith this afternoon? Do they rotate guys? Do they play 2-on-1 at stages? Who is probably the most likely opponent for him?
Well, you've obviously got to say the experience of Jack Garthwaite. He stands out the most, but I wouldn't be surprised if young gun Kyle Staples have a little bit of time with Tim Smith, obviously coming through Wildgrow Industrials this year. But yeah, I think you do a whole lot of things as well. But I want to ask you this question too, boys. Who's going to have the job on Ryan Garthwaite today? He's kicked 7, of course, in hot form, but who do you think will get the duties of taking on Ryan Garthwaite?
Well, I mean, I think he's kicked 56 goals in his time at Montrose, obviously this season and last season. So no matter what, he's going to get goals. But maybe Jordan Nuku, I'm not 100% sure. I reckon he probably matches him for size, maybe not in terms of strength. I think Garthwaite gets him there. But it wouldn't surprise me if young Jordan Nuku gets the job.
Would you say Charlie Peters?
Oh, he's a midfielder, Charlie Peters.
Oh, I must have thinking of another person. Sorry, last time I was watching these Saints. Anyway, that's a bad error for me. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see these two top-end talent as well. But the thing is, I feel like for a Montrose point of view, for a win, it's got to be, Montrose have, I said it to Gary, they're going to heavily recruited well on their midfield. And it's just going to be interesting to see how both midfields end up today.
That's the focal point, isn't it? If they can win the midfield battle, take the most of their opportunities, they're well and truly a chance to win.
I feel like the space as well, when you got Tim Smith running around, you got to make sure he's got no space. That's the thing that I want to. He would love that, but as an opposition, you just got to watch that as well. So it's going to be an interesting battle. And I saw last week, Bailey White kicking 5 last week. Young gun coming through, vice captain this year.
Yep.
He's another star that could, lift for the Montrose. But yeah, that's just my opinion.
I think the ruck battle is somewhere where Montrose can win because no Mitch Garner, and throughout my research I found that it's his first missed game for South Belgrave since joining in 2022. So he's played 41 games for them and has been a consistent performer. So it's going to be interesting to see how Heath Black plays his rucks. I think Jay Robertson for the second half played a bit in the ruck and took centre bounces most of the time. So maybe they go to him and he's in front of us. He may not be the tallest player, but I think he's got a pretty decent leap, does Robertson. So it'll be interesting to see if Montrose can take advantage of having Charlie Rossetti and I believe Josh Sparrow will be playing a bit of ruck. So it'll be interesting to see who takes advantage of that.
It's an interesting one because obviously with the double ruck combo, you're going to make sure, can they go forward or, do they do spells? It's just something that, Gary Ayres would have to think about. So as both captains go to the coin toss now.
Yeah, descending kid out there about to take part in the coin toss, see who will be kicking to what end of the ground today. Just a couple of quick ones as well. Sports Go Eastland Player of the Day, back again. We saw that last week. The MEGT Rookie of the Day. Looking at both sides, there are plenty of players who are eligible to win that award. South Belgrave have 10 players who are 21 or younger. Montrose have 7. So there's a lot to look at there in terms of that award. The Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day as usual, as well as the Mazda Mark of the Round, which we saw last week, and that was advertised through the socials. Each week we'll have a nominee for that, and then they will go into the running for the Mark of the Year, the Mazda Mark of the Year. So keep an eye on that one. We've got a couple of big flyers out here. Tim Smith takes a hanger every fortnight, so he's certainly probably one to look out for. As the coin toss we've got on camera at the moment, and it looks like Kid has won the toss and will be kicking to the right side of your screen or your radio dial if you're listening thanks to Radio Eastern 98.1 FM. So we're only a couple of minutes away from getting started. Let's jump into our tips. We heard from Besto down on the boundary. Paul Uconi, your tip this afternoon is a big game between the two sides. I think we're in for a close one. How do you see it playing out?
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to the midfields. Whoever gets on top in the midfield, I think will have a big say on this game. I think here at South Belgrave, I favour South Belgrave. I think Montrose, though, if they get enough opportunities and take them, they are definitely a big chance of winning this game. But I think South Belgrave will get up in this one. I think in a close one, though, South Belgrave by 2 goals.
Josh?
I've been tossing and turning who to tip here because I think the loss of Garner is going to be, Mitch Garner, that is going to be a massive one. I still think you can't go past South Belgrave in terms of form. They've only lost once in the last 2 full seasons here at Belgrave South Recreation Reserve, and that was against Mulgrave in Division 2. So I'm tipping them. I think it'll be very close. I'm going to say probably around the Oracles mark, 5 points the margin. Hopefully high scoring as well. And I'm sure with the conditions at hand, it could potentially be high scoring given the potency of both sides' attacks.
Yeah, it looks perfect out there. Blake Tennant, your tip this afternoon?
Pretty obvious, you got to say. I think I'm going to go Montrose between 1 to 15.
I think it's going to be quite close. My tip was South Belgrave by 2 goals today as we go down to the boundary. Brett Beston.
Just on the conditions, boys, I was talking about the overhead cloud before, but it sort of seems to be dissipating because there's quite a bit of blue sky come over now, and it's actually really pleasant down here. I think it's going to be a bit warm. I might have to get the jacket off, but
might not need it.
There is no wind at all to speak of. It is dead still, so I think this could be a really high-scoring game today.
Yeah, thank you, Brett. And as I said, when I got here this morning, it was freezing out here, but it does look quite nice. Ground is in great nick. Belgrave South Recreation Reserve. And I believe the last time we were actually here was 2015, so I may have been just a bit off on the over the decade, but not that much that different. So it's a long time since we have been out here. They've looked after us well, and hopefully we're in for a big contest. Both sides raring to go. Josh Ward will get us underway for round 2 of the EFNL season between South Belgrave and Montrose. Big afternoon ahead.
Siren sounds out here at Belgrave South Recreation Reserve. It's Jay Robertson up against Charlie Rossetti in ruck. It's Rossetti that got the first tap down. Plenty of Montrose players and South Belgrave players surrounding this ball. It's Montrose who managed to get it out, going to back to Bo Tennant, who goes to the wing. Not too many players presenting, and it goes out of bounds before Isaac Tanzimat could lay hands on it. I think he's still on Eastern Rangers list, or former Eastern Ranger?
Former Eastern Ranger. Yeah. But Josh, just a quick one as well, boys. I did mention it earlier. Staples has got the job on Tim Smith today.
That'll be an interesting duel, as the headbutt there from Jay Robertson only found the hands of Montrose. There's going to be a free kick going in the direction of the Demons. Not too sure who it's going to be going to. It's Bailey White that'll get hands on this. In fact, Bo Tennant's got hands on this ball. It's out on this far side of Belgrave South Recreation Reserve. Tennant gets hands on this ball now. Goes a dangerous kick in the middle of the ground. Well, the payoff, Delfonso did really well. Montrose man got the hands on the footy, but couldn't go anywhere. And we're going to get a ball up right in the middle of Belgrave South Recreation Reserve, right where we started. Once again, as up goes Rossetti, got the tap down, couldn't find Darcy Laurie. It's Charlie Peters. He couldn't get a handball away, and umpire will call for it. I have another stoppage in the middle of Belgrave South Recreation Reserve.
A minute and a half into this contest. No score just yet, just the one inside 50 for South Belgrave. Montrose to look to get the clearance through, but wrapped up in a tackle there by Charlie Peters was the skipper in Ben Descent. So another ball up. We'll see who can get the early start to this one. It's Descender grabs the ball here and tackled again by 2 South Belgrave players. Again, another tackle. Paul Uconi in the stats centre.
Already 5 tackles to 1 in favour of South Belgrave.
So pressure on early. The kick forward by Peters. And it is a mark in defence. Jordan Eels. And it's going to come back here. The umpire has called it back as though no advantage to Liam Canny, who picks this one up. He's going to have to take this one back. So back in defence at the moment. Taking this kick will be Jordan Eels. Played his first game for the D's last week. And he finds a target here in Bo Tennant, who's been able to have a few disposals early. Looks to switch it to the far side. And he's got a man there in Patrick Hume, who also played his first game. Got off to Descent quickly. The kick forward. Mark not... Oh, I think it was a mark, but it wasn't 15. So we'll get a ball up here back in the middle of the ground.
Just another key matchup as well. Looks like Tyrese Liu has the big job taking on Ryan Garthwaite today.
So the kick forward here by Taj Heap. Got a man in front and a mark taken there by Bailey White. It was a quick kick forward, and White had a big game last week at the 5 majors and can line up for Montrose first of the afternoon. Boundary.
Just really quickly, boys, I was going to mention Bailey White because he's got Costa for company this afternoon. He's been playing as the deepest forward, and Costa is playing on him.
Yeah. So Bailey White lining up for the first of the afternoon. Big performance last week.
He's had a big pre-season too, Bailey White, so it's going to be, this one will be massive.
Well, kick on the way. He's about 35 metres out, and it's a beautiful one right through the middle. And Montrose on the board early, 1 straight 6 to South Belgrave yet to score. We played 3.5 minutes in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, really good there. I thought, Tennant as well, of course, being my brother, he started really well, of course. And just that chain of handballs as well. Patrick Hunt, the way he moved the ball really well there, and great link up there for White. But just seeing the back line, I don't feel like it's functioning as we all know South Belgrave at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it was a first goal from stoppage as well, which will boost Gary Ayres' confidence. Just given they're often good on the outside, but getting a goal from the contest is a massive positive for Montrose. As up we go again in the middle of Belgrave South. It's Rossetti with a big fist forward. He'll get this ball back, goes out to Darcy Laurie. Over the top, it's got Tarcheap, who's had plenty of ball in these last couple of minutes. Goes for goal to the left. Montrose are on early, 1-1-7. South Belgrave yet to score, 4.5 minutes played.
Just a couple of scores around the game, around the ground. Scores being Forest Hill all tied up at 6, and Croydon North and Walk have the lead 6-1 over Nunawading.
South Belgrave with the kicking, on the far side, about half back, long down the line. There's a few flies there for Montrose. Tap down, grabbing it first there was the Montrose midfielder, and that goes out of bounds. So we'll get a boundary throw in.
East Springwood have got a fast start over the Doggies here. East Springwood lead 4-3-27 as South Croydon 7 points. Yeah.
So ball to be brought back into play here on the far side. The tap out here by Rossetti. It's a big fella, isn't he? And the clearance here for South Belgrave inside 50. Looking for a target there. Kid at the fall of the pack. Snap around the corner. It's going to fall short. Bo Tennett's there. Bouncing ball. He takes it cleanly and walks it over the line for a rush behind. So South Belgrave on the board, 1 behind to Montrose, 1-1-7, 5.5 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Very, very good crumbs there by Liam Kidd there. Read the play really well there. Fortunately, got an unlucky bounce there.
As Robertson with the fly, that was a pretty decent fly, but couldn't find a teammate with the fist. Bo Tennant has had plenty of this ball.
I like the hair.
I do have to admit.
It's a new hairstyle for him.
I didn't cut his hair, that's all I have to say. I don't know what went through his head, unfortunately, but anyway, time will tell.
Maybe as South Belgrave get this clearance through Charlie Peters, Eels will get hands on this ball.
Heavy recruit here, boys, as well, coming across from Vermont, Geordie Eels, just to play a bit more senior footy. So it'll be interesting to see how the big stage goes for this young fella.
Gary has mentioned he had a thumping left boot. He goes to the drop punt. Kick wasn't too great. Only found Aiden Kidd. Goes to true centre half forward. Found a teammate. And going for the set shot here is Sean Bartels. They're pretty small arcs out here at Belgrave South Recreation Reserve, so he'll probably be kicking from the edge of the centre square.
Josh, I was just saying before, these aren't 50 metres. That's all I have to say.
I reckon it's probably around 40 metres, so he's probably kicking from about 45 metres out on a slight angle, lets it fly to the right and out of bounds on the full. So a chance for Montrose to reset.
They still lead at the moment, 1-1-7 to 1 behind. No score on that play. And taking this out, Jack Garthwaite in the back pocket for the D's on the broadcast side, and he's going to switch it to Bo Tennant. It's been lively early, had 5 or 6 touches. In the back pocket, he'll look to go inbound. Kick wasn't great. It bounced forward to Laurie, got it back from him, and got it off to Garthwaite now. Takes on an opponent, just gets his hands away to Lord. Lord gets his handball out. They're under a lot of pressure here. It's turned over. A chance to Tim Smith. The dangerous Tim Smith finds a target. Was it 15? No. Ooh. Play on. Doing well there was Bartels. Top of the square kick. And under pressure there, Garthwaite takes the mark. Wants to play on straight away. Got it off to a teammate. And they link up Hams. Out to Watson. Got past an opponent. Onto the broadcast wing. It's a turnover here. Falls into the hands of Robertson. Couldn't take the mark. Got the handball out to a teammate running by who run down by 2 Ds. A lot of pressure from both sides.
Montrose got very lucky then, I thought. You know, the pressure coming from South Belgrave was huge, and that was a win for Montrose in my opinion, but the pressure was coming out of them really big there.
They're looking to move the ball quickly. Big tackle there by Canny. And we'll get a ball up right in front of us. Centre wing.
Just going back to that, you know, getting that big thumping ball from Tim Smith there. Unfortunately, again, unlucky bounce there.
So the kick out by Caden Black. The kick forward, 2-on-1. Almost a push in the back. It's a turnover here for the D's as South Belgrave try and mop this up. The handball out. Finds a target there in Ryan. And a big clash of heads. Just getting his handball out there was Nagel. They link up to Sent. Back off to Watson, who'll look to go inbound. It's turned over by Bartels. Bartels gets the hands off. Going inside 50 is Connolly and falls in the hands of Bo Tennant. Boundaries with Brett Beston.
Just to watch on Darcy Laurie, boys. He's just come from the field. He looks like a lower ankle injury. He's hobbling quite badly, so we'll just keep an eye on him for the next couple of minutes.
As Bailey White took the mark on the far side wing, goes right in front of his coach's box. Almost the strong hands there from Aiden Kidd. It falls out the back for South Belgrave, but they concede the turnover out of bounds on the full.
And it is out in full, yep.
Yeah, right in front of our bench.
Just as follow up there, just the kicking from Montrose has been very inaccurate today.
Speaking of good kicking, that was almost a good mark there from Ryan Garthwaite. Couldn't complete the mark as Aiden Kidd is wrapped up. And we'll get a ball up here.
But just a quick one here. They missed a 15-metre kick there, got turned over. I've seen about 2 15-metre kicks that have been turned over from Montrose. So South Belgrave have definitely been doing their homework and picking it up on it.
As Garthwaite got the tap down, only found Caden Black, who was wrapped up immediately. Garthwaite gets hands on this ball. White with the snap was smothered. Emberson was looking for the high free kick, nothing doing. We'll get a ball up.
They've been very resilient on the high tackle here and the way they've been officiated, these umpires.
They did it well there as South Belgrave attempt to clear their defence. They can't do so as Taj Heap gets the holding the ball free kick. He's only had a few touches as Taj Heap, but he's definitely shown plenty of promise, and that's a really good tackle from the former Listerfield junior, and he can go back and kick Montrose's second, Blake.
Yeah, indeed. You know, doing my pre-season article with Gary Ayres, we had a sit-down talk, and Taj Heap was one of his players that he wanted to look out for. He wanted a big season. You know, he wanted to have a good first year, but he wanted more goals out of him. So this would be huge if he can kick this.
This will be a big boost for his confidence as he comes in and has no issues in converting. Montrose have the first 2 on the board there, 2-1-13. South Belgrave just the one behind, 10.5 minutes gone here in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, exceptional there. I've just got round the ground scores as well, boys. I've got East Ringwood 5-3-33 over South Croydon 2-3-15. Bourne have just hit the front 1-1-7 at the moment. So I'll get back to you. If you're around the grounds, please, if you want, update your scores and we'll let you know how your side's going.
Yeah, send them through all 5 divisions of senior men's football in action this afternoon. Premier back for their first round of the season.
Bayswater lead 4-1-25 to Doncaster 1-4-10.
So an interesting result out there, both of those sides coming off losses. Out here, both sides have come off a win in round 1, and it's Montrose who have jumped South Belgrave to a quick start, 2-1 to 1 behind. 11.5 minutes gone in this first quarter. We're back in the middle again. Can South Belgrave get the quick response? Out the middle here is Kidd. The clearance forward looking for Smith. He's in front position. Ball bounce over the head. Finds Tennant. Handballs it back. And they're able to get out of this all right. Farrell took his time. Long down the line on the wing here in front of us. Black got the handball over to Kidd. He's in trouble here. Well pressured. Did quite well to get the handball back. And then Lord is tackled over the line. And we'll get a boundary throw in right in front of us.
Waverley Blues lead Heathmont 3-1-19 to Heathmont yet to score. So big there for the Blues.
Big start there for Waverley. We'll get a ball in front of us here, in front of the van on the wing. The tap forward, no one gets a clear. Here's El Delfonso who picks it up nicely. The clearance inside 50 bounces out of bounds, and we'll get another boundary throw in as we go to Paul Uconi in the Stats Centre.
The inside 50 so far in this are 8-3 the way of South Belgrave.
Thank you, Paul. We'll get a boundary throw in here. Inside 50 for the Saints. Haven't got a goal yet. No one got the clearance. No one got the tap out. Here's Descent, who picks it up. He's tackled by Kidd. Just got his handball away. And we're going to get another ball up inside 50. Coming up to the 13-minute mark of this first quarter.
Saints are really locking it in at the moment here inside their 450, which is good to see. So promising signs early, but a handball game is working here in Montrose.
Bo Tennant got it out to Tans Hyun. They go down the line to Montrose. Got 3 players all by themselves. One of those is Ryan Emberson. True centre wing on this broadcast side. Goes inside 50. Bailey White. Had a couple of good marks there, Bailey White.
Just the lead up to the ball there was really solid there by White. Read the play really well there, and the handballing is working really well in Montrose's favour at the moment.
That was a pretty nice chain of handballs there as he is going back. It is again pretty small arcs, and he'll kick from the tip of the centre square and probably still only be 45 metres out.
This will be a huge start for Montrose if he can nail this one. Just get that little break over the Saints here.
As on the runway he goes, Bailey White. It's drifting to the left at the legs. but not the accuracy. 2-2-14 Montrose, South Belgrave 1 behind after 14 minutes.
We'll go to Paul Uconi in the Stats Centre.
Yeah, so the inside 50 marks so far are 2-1 the way of Montrose. And Montrose are doing well so far. They've scored every time they've been in the inside 50.
And Brett Beston on the boundary.
Darcy Laurie back on the ground, boys. He's good to go.
A big fly there from Smith at the back, tapped it forward as the ball goes out of bounds. About 55 metres from home for Montrose.
Just been another key, interesting matchup that I've seen here. It looks like Nick Kelly is going to Greg Lord in this afternoon, so I expect to see a bit of impact here for those two matchups there.
There's Robertson in the ruck, almost given away a free kick there. As we have another ball up in the middle. At the moment, it's Montrose 2-2-14, leading South Belgrave 1 behind, coming at the 15-minute mark of the first term. We're about 55 metres from home for Montrose. Descent almost didn't have it. The kick forward there. Could be a turnover into the hands of Garthwaite. Got the handball out, but it's all numbers here for South Belgrave. Smith got the handball forward. Got it off to Bromley. But picking it off here was the Montrose defence. Bo Tennant just snaps it on the boot forward. Bailey White flew from behind. Out the back here. This will go out of bounds. Right in front of the South Belgrave box. 15 and a half minutes gone. It is Montrose 2-2-14 to South Belgrave 1 behind.
I have to say, impressed with Bo Tennant's start in defence, I have to admit. I'm sure you're equally as impressed, Blake.
Oh, yeah.
Ball's tossed back into play. Rossetti got the back position. Tap down, only found Charlie Peters. His handball was Aaron. Found Ryan Emberson. Plenty of players are surrounding this ball. And it's South Belgrave that are going inside 50 to a one-on-one. Here is Bo Tennant against Tim Smith. And there's a high free kick going in the direction of Tim Smith. What a terrific...
Finally got a one-on-one there, Tim Smith there. So it's good to see. He's been really... him and Staples have definitely had a big battle here. But he would want to kick this one. They kick off South Belgrave here.
Well, it was Bo Tennant this time around that he had the job on, and it was right after I said Bo Tennant had a pretty impressive game, as in comes Tim Smith on a bit of an angle from about 40 metres out, and he loves it.
Missed.
It's missed, though. 2 behind, South Belgrave 2-2-14, Montrose 16 and a half minutes gone first quarter.
Early celebration there for old Timmy. So, Timmy! But to bring that one out. Sorry, guys.
Montrose clear it out of defence. Long kick down the lines looking for Garthwaite. He's beaten there by his opponent in Tyrese Liu, who had a massive game last week. He follows up with the tackle on Garthwaite. Right in front of us. We'll get another ball up.
It's going to be an interesting battle. Tyrese Liu and Ryan Garthwaite by the looks of it. So
both had a strong performance last week. The handball out to Kidd. Missed his runner. Got it again. He's had a strong start. Got it off to Bartels. And the handball forward. Bit of a chain. It's cut off here. And almost getting caught there. Watson got the kick forward. It's a 2-on-1. And punched over the line there. South Belgrave with all the numbers.
The tackling pressure in this first quarter by both sides have been fantastic. It's been 16-11 the way of South Belgrave in the first quarter.
Just a quick one as well. South Belgrave putting a lot of contact into Greg Lord early on.
Absolutely right. Tapping this forward here is Walls. Did quite well. Kept it in front of him down the line. And also doing quite a good job there was Bromley. Got the handball forward. And there he is again in Robertson. He's had a strong start too. The kick forward. There's no one at home. Garthwaite all by himself. And he'll just send it out of attack to the far wing. In front was again Jay Robertson, who takes a strong mark. He's going to need a big game without Mitch Garner here this afternoon. He'll kick inside 50. Big pack of players. Where's Smith? Ball went out the back. Some numbers here for Montrose. Yeah. And I think that's Darcy Laurie, who cops a free kick for a high free kick there. And he finds Descent. As Montrose try and work their way out of defence, they have a 12-point lead in this first quarter. 19 minutes gone. Descent down the line on the far side. Almost a push in the back there. Play on. And this ball will be seen out of bounds on the far side.
Just what I'm saying here from the Saints is I feel like their forwards are pushing up the ground very much here, and that's why Garthwaite, that was Jack, sorry, got a lot of space out there. He was the only one out there, so I'm just feeling like the Saints are going very high up the ground with their forwards.
As Rossetti got the tap down, Laurie was running, ignored. Nagel goes inside 50 to Garthwaite. Tyrese Lou gave him too much yardage. And a big chance for Ryan Garthwaite to add to his 7 goals last week with his first of this contest.
Just a chain of handballs again from Montrose. Have been really solid today. They've been really lenient on that. And, this is the first time we get to see the big fella go at it with Ryan Garthwaite.
I think it's 25.
Yeah,
25. Jeez.
So, I'm not going to say anything. His shot on goal is made slightly easier. Let's just put it at that. As he'll kick again from directly in front, but right at the top of the goal square. Comes in, no issues. Montrose have the first 3 of this game. They're through 2:20. South Belgrave 2 behinds. We're just about to tick into time on here in this first quarter.
Fast start here, but as I said before, I'm just alluding to here is the high forwards from South are pushing up here, which is eluding, seeing, get the backman, the loose offenders. I feel like Jack Garthwaite is just hanging off here, looking for that easy, pick up the ball here. Where if they're trying to bomb the ball in, there's no one there. They're all pushing up high, South Belgrave. And as I alluded to before, the chain of handballs is definitely working in Montrose's way. So maybe South should have just a stay-at-home forward, in my opinion. But it looks like they're going high up the ground a bit here, South Belgrave.
That was Nagel the kick inside 50. That was a beautiful pass too.
He
made it very easy for Ryan.
He didn't really have the best of weeks last week, Nagel. So you want to definitely get up on a big week this week for him.
So back in the middle, it's Montrose 3-2 to South Belgrave 2 behinds. Chance here for South Belgrave in front of us. Going forward there, Peters. It's a turnover into the hands of Bo Tennant, who's probably looking at double-digit figures in this first quarter. He's been quite lively, and it's a strong mark. It is paid a mark there. Well done in front, Rossetti. He's also was looking for a runner. We'll have to kick this one forward towards the pocket. Got a one-on-one contest here, and that's well done. Punched over the line by Phil Costa. And we'll get a boundary throw in. 21 minutes gone. 18-point lead to the Demons.
Clearances in this first quarter are 11-7 the way of South Belgrave.
Thank you, Paul. Doing a great job in the stats centre this afternoon. Ball to be brought back into play. Inside 50 for the Demons. If they get another one, they're off to a real good start. Garthwaite out of the middle, out of the ruck. Snap on the corner. Has put it through for his second. Ryan Garthwaite extends the lead to 24 points, 4 goals to 26 to South Belgrave 2 behinds.
This is the perfect start for Montrose, Blake. This is exactly what Gary Ayres would have wanted.
But what I just saw then is I felt like there could be a possible change-up for Ryan Garthwaite at the moment. I just saw Tyrese Lou get in amongst it. Oh, they are going at it right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, great follow-up vision. Just that smart there by Garthwaite then. And just to bomb it in and that free kick there and to bomb it in, that chaos footy is definitely working for Montrose at the moment. But South, they need an answer.
As Rossetti, he's had a pretty impressive game. Got it down to descent. Watson, was he held without it? He was. In fact, it was a sling according to the umpire.
Push in the back or a sling?
I think it was it might have been a sling action. So Watson, terrific performance last week. Goes on the left. Players fly. It's South Belgrave at the fall of the ball. Out the back here is a number 37 for South Belgrave. It might be Nick Keeley. As inside 50 go Montrose go. It's Ryan Garthwaite who he's going to kick. He's going back for the set shot here. He's
tough kick.
It's a very tough kick. If he gets this would be an early contender for the Tobin brothers goal of the day. Terrific performance last week. This is already for his 10th goal of the season after 7 goals against Doncaster. Comes in, leaves the boot really well. There's your early contender for Tobin brothers goal of the day. Ryan Garthwaite with 3 in this first quarter. Montrose 5-2-32. South Belgrave 2 behinds after 23 minutes.
He's looking very promising, isn't he, for a big day again? Would you, if you were Heath Black boys, would you definitely throw a few magnets around? He's getting a hold of Tyrese Lou early here, but again, just finding that way. They get to find a free kick. They find a free kick, correct? Yes, and then they just look for him. They look for him in spacing and numbers, and I feel like Tyrese Lou gave him heaps of space there.
Well and truly in control. It's a 5-goal lead coming up to quarter time here. We're going to get another ball up. Tackle there by Jade Robertson, who's been pretty impressive so far. He's certainly been in the contest. We'll get another ball up here. Who's going to get the clearance? It's a big one for South Belgrave. Don't want to concede another goal on the eve of quarter time.
Just got some scores around the grounds, gents. Just got Waverley Blues 4-3-27 to Heathmont yet to score. So there you go.
That's an interesting one. The handball out there from Bartels got off to a teammate. Clearance inside 50. It's a 1-on-2 contest. Out the back was Garthwaite. Falls into the hands of that 37, who puts it through for South Belgrave's first. 1-2-8 to Montrose 5-2-32.
Brett Besson, if you're down there, mate, can we try find who that 37 is, please? He's not listed on the team sheet.
Score update from Surrey Park, actually. I've gotten my people out there.
Okay.
They're up. They're up against Stormvale 2-3-15 to 4 behinds at quarter time.
Well, Josh, there's 3 quarters to go, so you hang in there.
There's 3 quarters here for South Belgrave to come back too.
But excellent knowledge there. Good crumbing again. They've been really good with that South Belgrave.
As Robertson got the tap down to Liam Kidd. Can they get 2 in almost a minute? Inside 50 they go. They're not able to. Montrose cut it off. As we go down boundary side to Brett Beston.
Yeah, number 37, they snuck a late one on his boy, is Geordie Daff.
So a late inclusion there for South Belgrave. Not too sure who he's replaced as Bailey White gets hands on this ball. Was wrapped up by, I think, Jordan Nuku, and there's a free kick being paid to Nuku. As he's got a couple of options short. One of those is the experienced Sean Bartels. Terrific season last season, going to be key in midfield for the Saints this year. Got Darcy Walls on the outside. They go inside 50 now through Braden Ryan. Is it going to be touched ball? It's 3-on-1 in favour of Montrose. And Jack Garthwaite, the mark is paid.
Very well read there by Montrose. They could definitely tell that the ball was definitely going to come in, and 3 against 1 against Tim Smith. That's good experience there, and I reckon there'll be Jack Garthwaite there. He's been a premiership player in 2013, and he's got that footy smarts.
This is out of bounds right in front of us here in the van. Paul Ikone in the Stats Centre.
5 intercept marks to 3 in favour of Montrose in this first quarter.
Got Knox here as well, boys. 3-3-21 to Coldstream 2-2-14.
As Lou's been thrown into ruck now, tried to take it out of there. Instead got the handball to Simonson. Gets the shot on goal. Is it coming back? It isn't.
Oh.
Smith with the fly. Drop the mark. Is it through for a minor score?
Yeah,
it is. South Belgrave moved to 139. Montrose 5-2, 32, 26.5 minutes gone here in this first quarter.
One to watch. Blake Simonson was best on ground
100%.
last week against Mitcham in his first game for South Belgrave. Here's Bo Tennant to take it out of defence for the Demons. He'll switch it to the far side. Big pack of players. Almost the mark taken by Kyle Staples, but couldn't quite bring it down. We'll get a ball up on that far side coming up to the 27-minute mark. It's Montrose 5-2, South Belgrave 1-3. A hot start here for the Demons. Trying to get it forward there was Liam Canny. But it was smothered over the line by Delfonso, and we'll get a boundary throw-in.
Just got a score update down at Heights Reserve. We've got Mitcham 4-7-31 to Murrabak 1-2-8.
Thank you, Blake. Around the grounds this afternoon, all 5 divisions back. And the tap out here for Montrose. They're off to a quick start. Watson almost didn't have it when he got tackled. The kick forward here from South Belgrave. Still a fair way from home. The kick forward finds Smith on the lead. And that was a beautiful pass inside 50. And Tim Smith will have his chance for his first goal of the game. And South Belgrave's second.
He's going to go for the snap here. Tamir. It looks like another change of direction as well. Another change up here. That's going. It looks like Jacob Farrell is going to spend some time as well on Tim Smith as he tries to kick this on the siren.
That's right. The siren has gone 5-2 to 1-3. This would be a very handy goal for South Belgrave, who haven't made the most of any real opportunities up forward. Tough angle on the boundary line. If someone's going to kick it, it would be Tim Smith, but he has missed that to the left. And just a minus. So South Belgrave 1 goal 4-10. Trail Montrose 5-2-32 at quarter time here in Belgrave South Recreation Reserve. Before we go to a break, Josh Ward has the goal kickers.
Well, for Montrose, it was Ryan Garthwaite with the 3 goals. Bailey White and Taj Heap, the other goal kickers. For South Belgrave, it was their late inclusion, Geordie Nath, with their only goal. We're going to go to a break here on the Eastland match of the round, with Montrose leading by 22 points heading into the first break.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. while her two young boys wrestled on the floor. Tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round, South Belgrave versus South Belgrave versus Montrose, and it is Montrose 5-2-32 to South Belgrave 1-4-10 at quarter time here. So a strong start for the D's. Blake Tennant, who's been in the score centre as well as the special comments chair today, has some scores around the ground. One of them is the Baroni versus Mulgrave game, which is why I just said that, because we were just talking off air. But Blake, some of the scores around the grounds.
Yes, so in Premier Division, Baldwin fast starters here over Norwood, 4-3-27 to Norwood 3 straight. And East Springwood leads South Croydon 5-3-33 to South Croydon 3-3-21. First Division now, Mitcham 4-7-31 over Mirrabbark 1-2-8. Bayswater 5-1-31 to over Doncaster 1-4-10. Nothing doing in all other divisions there. Division 2, as we touched on, Baronia leading at the moment. We don't have a score on HQ. Finally, Heathbond have scored 1 straight 6 to Waverley Blues 5-3-33. Nothing else in that division there. Third division before I come on. Josh has got the Surrey Park score. Josh, you got a...
Surrey Park leading 15-4 at quarter time out at Donvale Reserve.
Yep. Sylvan lead 4-4-28 to Fair Park 3-3-21. And then we go to Division 4. I've got Croydon North leading Nunawarning at the moment. 3-1-19 to Nunawarning 2-4-16. Scoresby lead 5 straight 30 to Forest Hill 3-1-19. So that's the only scores I've got around the ground.
Thanks there to Blake, and we'll get an interview down with one of the coaches, thanks to Brett Beston, who's on the boundary. Paul Yukoni, any of the stats that you were talking about across that first quarter, anything strikes as a talking point at quarter time?
Yeah, well, looking at the stats, Montrose have been very efficient every time they go inside the forward 50. They have kicked 5 goals, 2 from 9 scoring shots. Apart from South Belgrave having high forwards, they're not doing a lot wrong. They have had 16 inside 50s, but the thing is they haven't had a lot of bang for their buck as of yet. So, yeah, it'll be interesting.
Yeah, certainly one to watch to see if they make the most of their opportunities in this second quarter. They'll be kicking to the left side of your screen. If you're listening on YouTube and Facebook, thanks for joining us, as well as Radio Eastland 98.1 FM. We're about to get underway for this second term, and I believe Brett Beston will have Heath Black down on the boundary.
Boundary, boys.
There he is. Brett Beston, take us away.
Thanks, boys. I've got Heath Black, the South Belgrave coach. Heath, tough first quarter, but I felt like you were coming back into it a bit towards the back end of that quarter.
Yeah, mate, we just got to change. We've changed a few things now, so hopefully, they totally dominated that quarter. Their mids, got their hands dirty and beat us at the contest and spread really well. So look, change a few things now on the board. Magnets have flown around. Let's just see whether we can get back to how we play.
Yeah, Garthwaite's got hold of you a little bit up forward. Any extra work into him?
We've changed that match up there, so you'll see it change there. Ty's gone into the ruck. But let's be honest, the ball came in pretty easy. So hopefully we can get the squeeze happening in between the arcs with our mids. Our stoppages, I'd hate to know the numbers. We got hammered in there. So let's see if we can work out what's going on.
Good stuff. All the best. Thanks, mate.
So we're about to get on the way in this second quarter. Tyrese Lou has been thrown into ruck thanks to Brett Beston as well. Down on ground level, toughing it out down there. And doing a fantastic job as always, Blake.
Yeah, just got a quarter-time score down at Moulton Park. Blackburn lead 4-4-28 to Vermont 2-1-13.
Umpire holds the ball off. Second quarter underway in the Eastland match of the round between South Belgrave and Montrose. It's Rossetti with the first tap down only to Liam Kidd. Already inside 50 South Belgrave. Smith nearly took the one-hander. Out the back, Montrose have the numbers. They get the tap out to Bo Tennant. An impressive first quarter. Looking for Patrick Kuhn. Only found the hands of Damien Garner. Got plenty of players inside 50. Smith all on his own, although Jack Garthwaite manages to get to him.
Boundary, boys.
As we go down boundary side to Brett Beston.
Just really quickly, it's been good to give up a bit of time now the games restart. Gary, what was your message at quarter time?
We just thought that we were in front in most parts of the game, or most facets, but it was probably their stoppage stuff, I reckon, which is what we identified when I was talking to you guys anyway. Their midfield's pretty good, so we've just got to tighten up in there. And I thought overall, though, our ball use, our transition from defence in through the midfield and forward was actually pretty solid, I thought.
Yeah, a couple of good performances for you, Tennant and Garthwaite, particularly outstanding in that first quarter.
Yeah, and they were sort of like the bookends, I guess, but I thought Jack Garthwaite was all right, and the other one that I thought was young Geordie Eels too, across half-back as well, so I thought that was pretty good.
Thanks for your time, mate.
As Montrose have moved this ball forward up to true centre wing on this far side. Darcy Walls, the brick wall in defence, got the handball away. Peters, over the top, found a teammate, Richard Swest. Looks like he's been swung back. Kick was smothered by Ryan Garthwaite, and we're going to get a boundary throw in. Right in front of the club rooms out here. Much different compared to the older club rooms that were here at Belgrave South Recreation Reserve. As ball is tossed back in, Liu got a tap down to Peters, who was wrapped up immediately. We're going to get another stoppage. 2 minutes gone here in this second quarter. It's Montrose leading 5-2-32. South Belgrave 1-4-10. As Liu got the tap down to Simonson on the runway. Got a handball over the top. And Nick Keeley danced past one. Got a handball away. There's the shot on goal. Is it going through? It's spoiled by Cole Staples. South Belgrave 1-5-11. Montrose 5-2-32. A bit of inaccuracy for the Saints. 2 minutes gone here in this second quarter.
As you said, a 21-point lead for the Demons. But South Belgrave doing all the attacking early in this second quarter in the first couple of minutes. Tennant to take the kick in. We'll switch it to that far side again. It's a one-on-one. Punched out of that, Rossetti. And he follows it up with a tackle out of bounds. And we'll get a boundary throw in.
Good link up there by the Saints there, just before then, getting Blake Simonson into the game. They need him, so good to see that.
So the ball brought back into play. Tyrese Lou, as Heath Black alluded to at quarter time, has moved into the ruck, taking on Rossetti. So we get another ball up on that far side.
I think that's a good move by Black, putting Lou into ruck. He looks like he's got the muscle to match with Rossetti.
And there he is again with the tap out, but towards the boundary line to give us another boundary throw in. 3 minutes gone in this second quarter. The D's 5-2-32 to South Belgrave 1-5-11. Thanks for joining us, whether that be through Facebook or YouTube or on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM. Ball brought back into play. It's Tyrese Lou who outworks his opponent there. Got it off to Kidd, who's been fantastic. Liam Kidd a one-on-one with Smith. Almost tapped it in front. Who can run onto this now? Dangerous position here for Montrose. And we're going to get a holding the ball free kick. And it is going in the direction of South Belgrave. Nick Keeley earns himself a free kick. It was dragged in by Garthwaite of the Jack variety. And now Keeley has a chance to put through South Belgrave's second of the game. It's a 1-goal 5 at the moment. They've been inaccurate in front of goals. And this one, no mistake, right through the middle. And South Belgrave have their second, 2-5-17, trailing the D's 5-2-32. 4 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in this second term.
Good to see South Belgrave locking that ball in at the moment there. Really good, solid defence there and in the forward line there. Just to lock that ball in, and I think Garthwaite got a bit lost there. That's in my opinion.
Tyrese Lou, good start in this second quarter, moving into the ruck to take on Rossetti. Had a couple of good moments.
As Blake Tennant gets a couple of fans walking past the van. Just a handful of fans. So we go back up in the middle. Rossetti up against Liu. It's Rossetti with this tap down. Only to Charlie Peters, though. Kick was an errand one. Who's going to be able to run onto this? Or will the boundary line beat all comers? It does. Braden Ryan and Nick Keeley nearly latched onto the loose ball, and it would have been another South Belgrave inside 50 as we get this ball tossed back into play. Liu just took it out of ruck. Kidd on the runway. Got the kick near 50. Couple of one-on-ones. One of those plays for South Belgrave is Smith. Can he keep it ahead of him? He can't. Did really well there, did Montrose. Riley Ham's got a handball away. It's going to go out of bounds, though, for a boundary throw-in right in front of the scoreboard, which reads 2-5-17 South Belgrave. Montrose 5-2-32. 5.5 minutes gone in this second quarter in the Eastland match of the round. South Belgrave up against Montrose's. Ball is tossed back into play. Rossetti got front position and the tap down. Only found the hands of South Belgrave. They go inside 50. Plenty of one-on-ones. Is there a free kick there? There isn't. Montrose will attempt to clear their defensive lines, and they do. They're out here if they can take the mark through Galbraith. Couldn't. Wrapped up immediately by Jordan Nuku, who tries the don't argue on one. Managed to get a handball to Braden Ryan, whose kick was smothered and goes out of bounds for a boundary throw-in right in front of our boundary rider, Brett Beston, and we'll get a boundary throw-in.
The pressure is definitely lifted from both teams, I've noticed here. It's really good to see both teams having a red-hot crack here.
Well, there's Tyrese Lou again in the ruck. The kick forward. Go out the back there is Tennant for the Demons. Got his handball off to Hams. Hams gets his kick towards two Demons. Ball's out the back and actually works out okay in the end. And they'll be able to go forward, looking to press inside 50. Mark not taken. But there's Watson, got the handball off to Nagel. Nagel's got descent. Big fly. Almost couldn't quite hold it. And it's out here. Garthwaite picked it up, made the most of almost nothing. And that's going to bounce through for a goal.
Jeez, is that a goal of the day?
It was a slow bounce, and he just seemed to have enough on it to kick his goal number 4. Looking at the replay at the moment, and two South Belgrave players were back there, but just couldn't quite get there. I didn't think that was going to actually go through, but that's not bad. 6-2-38 the D's. South Belgrave 2-5-17. 7 minutes gone in this second term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
I just felt like they really got the ball really out there, down the back there. I felt like they panic a bit down there, Montrose, but just Riley Hams, just the experience he had there, just to kick it out, slow it down a bit, and that got a proven goal. Geez, that's great class there by Ryan Garthwaite.
Sparrow got the tap down this time. Montrose get the clearance through Tarcheap, and they're already inside 50 once again. South Belgrave players fly. Aiden Kidd out the back. Robertson was wrapped up. Garthwaite with the dribbler. Will it go through? It will!
Oh.
Ryan Garthwaite is putting on a show out here at Belgrave South. He has 5. Montrose have 7. 7-2-44. South Belgrave 2-5-17. It is really the Ryan Garthwaite show out here for Montrose. He's putting together a couple of brilliant goals, Blake.
He's putting on, it's like a little bit of tennis here. It's just in and out, and he's having the best bounce here I've seen. You know, he's kicking goals from pretty everywhere in South Belgrave Recreation Reserve, but it's good to see.
Had to dribble it through about 3 of opposition. Back in the middle again, that's 2 quick goals from Garthwaite. Out of the middle there is Heap. Player running forward there. Is that White? And it is a strong mark. Led well, and the quick kick from Taj Heap set up another potential goal. Could be number 8 here. They lead 7-2 to 2-5.
Taj Heap has had 2 clearances. You know, he started off as a forward in the first quarter. Now he's pushed back into the midfield. So he's definitely started strong in this midfield brigade from Montrose, which we've been heavily talked about today.
So Bailey White, he's already got 1. This will be for goal number 2. And to extend this lead out to 33 points, and that kick to the right, so no good. 7 goals, 3-45, lead South Belgrave 2-5, 17. 9 minutes gone in this second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Got some scores around the grounds. Norwood, a leading ball in 5 straight 30 to ball in 4-3-27, and East Springwood lead 7-5-47 to South Croydon 4-4-28.
Jeez, they could prove us wrong, Norwood.
Well, that's what we want, Josh. We
don't mind that one bit.
Yeah.
Walls. Long kick from the kick in. Tennant Park underneath this. Couldn't take the mark. Liu in the middle of that pack. It spills to Bradley Watson. Smith with a bone-crunching tackle. Gets the free kick. He's moved up into midfield. Was it there at the last centre bounce was Smith inside 50. The fly. No mark taking. Keeley, the only goal kicker for South Belgrave this quarter. The umpire will call for it.
Boundary.
As we go down boundary side to Brett Beston.
I don't know that it's anything too serious, but Spencer Richards-West come from the ground. He's holding his lower back and he's just getting some treatment at the moment. So I think he'll probably be okay, but we'll keep an eye on him for the next couple of minutes.
There's a free kick. It's going to Montrose.
Tennant, dumb footy. Just punched him. Jumper punched him. Just dumb footy. You don't need it. Just move on.
It's not a good start for South Belgrave this second quarter. Is Tennant. Down the line he goes. Plenty of Montrose players around this. South Belgrave get the ball through Philip Costa, and down the line he goes. Tennant parked underneath it. Umpire calls play on. No mark taken. Connolly looks like he's been swung up forward potentially as we go to Paul Yukone in the stat setter.
The tackles in this second quarter are 7-6 the way of Montrose.
So it's
more around the ground scores. Sorry, Josh. Got Waverley Blues 7-4-46 to Heathmont 2 straight 12. Almost like deja vu in that semi-final.
Just the opposite way round.
Yeah.
So Tyrese Liu, the tap down. They really need the next one. They trail at the moment by 27 points or 28 points. As we get another boundary throw on the far side. 11 minutes gone in this second quarter. These have come out firing. Tennant, who's just come to the bench, has been one of those players who was certainly impressed early. The other one, Garthwaite's kicked 5 goals and been key. Tyrese Liu had a good second quarter after being moved into the ruck. They move it forward through Bartels. Bartels inside 50, couldn't quite hit Keeley. It bounced before falling into his lap, and it's a little bit heated out there. It's certainly intensity has picked up in the last 5 minutes.
Nick Kelly's definitely throwing his weight around. He's loving a little bit of the argy-bargy there.
Umpire throws the ball up straight away. Tyrese Liu got it. A handball forward. There's still a chance here through Ryan. Garthwaite tries to clean up, I think. And the handball forward here from South Belgrave. Kicking towards the top of the square. Punch from behind. Falls into the hands here of Charlie Peters. Handball is cut off. Well done there by the Demons as they clear this out. And a mark here taken by Chamberlain. Look to pass it on straight away, and they'll go inside 50 to the Garthwaite direction. Couldn't quite take the mark. It bounced just before he was able to grab that one right on the arc.
Just around the ground scores. None of warning. They've hit the front over Croydon North. 7-6-48 to Croydon North 7-2-44. Ed Scoresby lead 6-1-37 to Forest Hill 3-3-21.
So we'll certainly be keeping an eye on those games across this afternoon. A couple of close ones there. Ball to be brought back into play. Tyrese Liu certainly been impressive since he's moved into the ruck. And there's Kidd, who again has been probably one of South Belgrave's best players in the opening quarter and a half.
Knox lead 4-4-28 to Coltrane 3-5-23. And Sylvan lead 6-6.
That's tap forward here from Taj Heap. Shot on goal. He's got 2, and the Demons have got 8. 8-3-51 to South Belgrave. 2-5-17. 13 minutes gone. Well done there by Taj Heap to rove that one. And a beautiful kick. Goal number 2 from him. And that was too easy. Just had so much space already.
Charlie Peters, who I alluded to, was a backman in the pre-game as a midfielder. He was a bit lazy there. I felt Taj Heap just read him like a book, and he went off and he was off to the races, as we like to say. So good to see you there.
That is a brilliant goal from Taj Heap, potentially a contender for the MEGT Rookie of the Day, or potentially even Sportsco Eastland Player of the Day. He's been super impressive in midfielders. Rossetti got the tap down. Running onto this one was Liam Canny, who's fought hard whenever he's been in midfield or get a ball up. Again, in the middle of Belgrave South Recreation Reserve. What can the Saints do? They won't get this clearance. It's Canny with a high up and under kick, looking for Taj Heap. It'll fall short of him. Will it bounce out of bounds? It won't. Hyun keeps it in somehow. Aiden Kidd read it well. Only got the handball to Emberson. He might get this ball back. In fact, it's Taj Heap, tied on the boundary, gets the shot on goal. It's missing.
Close.
It hit the post. Taj Heap, what a brilliant couple of minutes.
He, like I said, he's been alluded to as Gary's one of Gary's watch lists this year. He's been terrific all day today, and he's had a massive pre-season. So good on to Taj, but it's 2 quarters, so let's see.
So South Belgrave to clear this out. Tennant almost took the mark. Doing well there. Connolly got the handball forward to Bartels. Receives it again. Short kick forward looking for Smith. Kept it in front of him. Wasn't able to pick it up cleanly. Yes, he did. Got the handball, but he's tackled straight away by 2 Ds. Just got it out. The kick forward there by Garthwaite. Bouncing footy in front of us on the wing here. Dangerous position for South Belgrave. Going forward now was Chamberlain. It's a push free kick.
Yeah, that was a push. It should have gone to White. White was pushed, but Garthwaite's going to take it.
So Garthwaite's kicked 5 goals. This would be for goal number 6, and we're 15 minutes into the second quarter.
Yeah, I called it.
So it is coming back for White.
Yep.
Ryan's sort of pad-statting here, trying to stat-padding.
He wanted another one.
He's already got 5.
I think.
And White's got 1 himself.
He's been inaccurate in front of goal, though, Bailey White. Missed a couple of chances.
So Bailey White...
I think he's only kicked at 1, hasn't he?
Extend the margin to 41 points if he can kick this. Dominated this quarter after South Belgrave kicked the first goal. So Bailey White to line up, extend that margin, that kick, holds its line. White's got 2, and the D's extend that lead. 9-4-58 to South Belgrave, 2-5-17. 16 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in this second term.
It's just raining. It's raining goals down here at South Belgrave.
I was about to say, the sun is beaming down, and it's definitely not raining. It definitely is raining goals, though.
Yes. So, and good passage of play there by Montrose. They're building really nicely here. The handball game's brilliant. And I feel like they're putting a lot of pressure and a lot of effort into Tim Smith at the moment. So I think that's definitely working. You know, you want to get rid of the opposition's best player, and I think they're doing that really well here.
As Kidd, there might be a free kick going to Montrose. We'll go down boundary side to Brett Beston. I think it was holding. Let's go boundary side to Brett Beston.
Yeah, I was just going to point out, boys, when Blake made the comment about the raining. It is quite nice down here. The sun is actually coming down the ground, bathed in sunshine. It's like a sort of a spring day down here. It's quite warm as well. It's still very pleasant down here.
It is a magnificent day out here at Belgrave South as the Saints get a free kick here. It's Robertson who's been swung down back this quarter. Goes to the far side where it's pretty much all Montrose. They can't take the mark though. D'Alfonso on the ground. Kick was smothered. They still managed to get it forward. And there's a player all on his own, and that is Caden Black. Got Smith screaming for it inside 50. Might just go for home himself. They managed to keep it in, Montrose, and now it goes out of bounds off the hands of Josh Farrell.
Yep.
And we're going to get a boundary throw in, Blake.
Got a big smashing going on down here at Jubilee Park. Ringwood 6-7-43 to East Burwood 2-2-14. So
as this ball's about to be tossed back into play here. In South Belgrave's forward 50, Smith took the ruck contest. Kidd, high up and under. Kidd is going to go through. It's missing.
No, he's kicked it. No, he hasn't.
Oh, umpires are consulting. It looked like he'd kicked it. I think the goal umpire, this angle was right around the behind post. Is it going to be a goal?
That's a goal. Unless it was touched, that's a goal. And that's what they're probably debating right now. Liam Kidd's been fantastic for him. He's keeping them in it at the moment.
He is working really hard in midfield as it's a behind.
So it must have been touch. I think that's what the call was, because it definitely looked like it went through.
Boundary.
Brett Best on the boundary.
I don't have a great view out here, boys, but yeah, I sort of thought, just from where I am, I thought it went through as well. So you might be right, it might have been touched.
So 9-4 to 2-6, and that kick just stays in. And Bradley Watson to take that mark.
Maybe we need the arc in here, some footy league.
Yeah. Doesn't work at the AFL level. I'm sure it wouldn't work here. Kick down the line, out the back. A chance of Montrose to get another one through. Ryan Garthwaite got tackled right away. Big impact early, the 5 goals in the first half. Paul, you can't in the stats now?
The inside 50s in this second term, they've evened up. They're 9-7 away of South Belgrave.
So ball up. Can they get another one? Here's Watson, tackled right away. Took him on, that's holding the ball. And Peters will look to play on straight away. It's coming back. So Charlie Peters will switch it to this side in front of us. Mark taken here by Damien Garner. Haven't called his name too much. He's going to go back. And the kick to Nuku, who dropped it.
No.
Oh, no, that's a disaster. They're lucky. They've got 2-on-1. Doing well there was Tanzimat to hold this up. And that could have been an absolute disaster. Deep in defence.
They've gone into their shells, South Belgrave. They're kicking backwards.
It's not the South Belgrave we've seen in recent times. As that ball goes out of bounds again. 20 minutes gone in this second term. Montrose 9-4-58 to South Belgrave 2-6-18. As you said, South Belgrave have lost one game at this ground in the last 3 years.
Could Montrose break that streak? Garthwaite might have a say about that. He gets the snap on goal. Could it be another miracle goal? Full short. Plenty of South Belgraves around this ball. South Belgrave teammate might have smothered his own teammate as Liu got the outlet handball and the kick out to this far side. Is out on the full. Umpire hasn't called it out on the full though. He didn't have we had the perfect angle because it fell right in front of us, but the boundary umpire didn't.
Supporters here knew it too. To see around the ground. Surrey Park lead 29 to Donvale 14.
Good start there for the Panthers. As we get a boundary throw in. Liu with the big fist forward to Garner. Looks like he's pushed up the ground a bit inside 50. Players parked underneath this. No mark taken. South Belgrave try to get the control of this ball on the ground. They can't. We'll get a ball up. 21.5 minutes gone. Saints trail 18-58 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Can they start a comeback? Potentially in this second as ball is tossed back up. Rossetti couldn't get a tap down. Smith nearly got the ball. It's in fact Simonson that got hands on this ball. Try to find Damien Garner. Extended fights touch heap. Tennant got an outlet handball. Uses him. Was nearly wrapped up by Caden Black. Handball was errant. Still might find a Montrose teammate. Doesn't. Philip Costa has hands on this ball but was wrapped up, and umpire will give him the free kick for holding the man. And South Belgrave.
They just look a little rattled. Even some of the ball use, the disposal hasn't been great.
Pressure as well too, Ryan. I think it's going both ways, I reckon.
They're playing this game like it's a finals game, Montrose. The pressure has been strong. South Belgrave's has been too. So
it was like that last year as well. Montrose put the absolute pressure on him, but South Belgrave ran at the top. So
South Belgrave go inside 50. Players around this ball results in another ball up. Inside forward 50 for the Saints.
Well, you certainly know if there's one side who can turn around a 40-point deficit, it is South Belgrave, because they can score quickly, but they would love a couple more before half-time.
Even the next goal will be huge for them.
If they give away one, it's going to be very hard to to get back in this game as Montrose go forward through Emberson. Bouncing ball is cut off there by Costa. Got off to a teammate there on the boundary in the shadows of half time. 9-4, 58 Montrose, South Belgrave 2-6-18. Thanks for joining us this afternoon for the Eastland Match of the Round. Facebook, YouTube, and Radio Eastern 98.1 FM. Ball brought back into play. Watson's there. This is going to go out of bounds again on that far side, that far wing, where the ball's probably majority of the players been on that side.
It has, indeed.
Ball to be brought back into play. Next goal is crucial for South Belgrave. Tyrese Liu tried to track it forward. Grabbing it now. That was Emberson. Got the handball off to Watson.
Free kick.
Free kick called. So it's going in the direction of South Belgrave. Back in the half-back line. Delfonso will take this. Played 78 games at Sylvan before crossing over to the Saints. Have a very strong pre-season. Has come into this senior side. Very hard side to crack into. They go down the line, South Belgrave. Standing in front there. Strong mark taken by Aiden Kidd. Aiden Kidd will put South Belgrave inside 50, and it's a turnover. Standing under it. Well done there by Greg Lord, the youngster. Another one eligible for the MEGT Rookie of the Day. Lord will keep it on that side of the ground. And there's Kidd again. They're playing kick to kick between the two each other. He's wrapped up by 3 Demons. And that's been their pressure all afternoon so far. And we're coming up to the 25-minute mark of this second quarter. Montrose 9-4, 58. South Belgrave 2-6, 18.
As Liu tried to get it again out of ruck. Still found a teammate. Here's Liam Kidd. Plenty of space ahead of him. Kick wasn't all too great.
Just again,
Tennant, another poor kick from South Belgrave inside 50, and they turn it over to Tennant. Out wide to Eels. Gary has mentioned he's got a thumping left boot, and that's a penetrating kick to centre wing on the far side. The mark's taken. I think that's Cole Staples.
He's been tremendous today, hasn't he, boys? Staples.
He has had a pretty decent game. Probably been some better plays than Staples. There is one of those better players, Kidd. He's fought very hard in midfield. Doesn't get it anywhere though. South Belgrave had the numbers out the back, and they'll be able to clear their defensive lines. Robertson, kick was a good one in the end, found short and Bartels. Daniel Wind is calling for it on this far side. Doesn't go to him, instead goes to Brodie Connolly, who took a strong grab despite a bit of pressure. Inside 50, he goes. Smith on the lead, nearly spoiled by his own teammate. Got the tackle in and will get a ball up.
He just hasn't had that presence today,
No.
Josh. He's had a couple chances, Tim, but he obviously hasn't taken his opportunities as much as he would like to.
As he wouldn't mind an opportunity here. Instead, it was Bromley who had that opportunity. Couldn't take it, and Montrose will again clear from defence. Watson got a handball looking for Eels. Was he held without it? Wasn't. Emberson's wrapped up by 2 Saints in Geordie Naff and Daniel Wine, and we'll get a ball up here. Tap out from Montrose. That was Cole Staples taking ruck duties, and it's not going anywhere though. Another ball up. 26.5 minutes gone in this second quarter. It's the D's leading 58-18 as Tyrese Liu took it out of ruck. Kick was a high up and under one. Keeley applying the pressure. Is it going to be a holding free kick again to Keeley? No, there isn't. It's just going to be another forward 50 stoppage for the Saints.
And Montrose will be very happy just to hold this scoreline going into half-time. Smith, the tap out forward, out the back. Chance of tap from the pockets. There's just a minor score. 2-7-19 South Belgrave, 9-4, 58 Montrose. 27 minutes gone in this second term. And Montrose look to play on right away. Here's Tennant, all by himself, at half-back. And he'll just hold this up, take time, going inbound to find Hams. And there's your halftime siren. Montrose fans are up and about at the moment. 9-4, 58 lead South Belgrave 2-6-18 at halftime here for the Eastland Match of the Round. Josh Ward with the goal kickers from the first half.
Ryan Garthwaite has 5 for that first half, 2 each for Taj Heap and Bailey White. For South Belgrave, it's just Geordie Daff and Nick Keeley with the only goals for the Saints in that half. We're going to go to a break here in the Eastland match of the round. When we return, we're going to have the halftime show out here at Belgrave South Recreation Reserve with the D's leading 58-18.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back. It's the halftime show down here at South Belgrave Recreation Reserve. I'm Blake Tennant hosting the halftime show here. Joined across, of course, with our wonderful soldier today in Brett Besson. Welcome aboard, mate.
Thanks, Blakey. Good to be here. It's been a pretty interesting first half and probably gone the way that, with the exception of yourself, most of us probably didn't pick. But no, full credit to Montrose. They've been outstanding in that first quarter.
Just indeed as well. And Josh Ward, of course, joining across on halftime as well. How have you seen the game, Josh, as well?
It has been quite surprising. I thought Montrose would put up a fight, but I didn't expect them at halftime to be up by 40 points and for South Belgrave to have kicked 2 goals 6. Usually it's the other way around. It's 6 goals 2 with the likes of Tim Smith and obviously no Taylor Garner. But, I mean, Montrose do deserve it. I mean, obviously the inside 50s, I feel like have gone South Belgrave's way, but it's still surprising just given how good of a performance last week the Saints had. I know Montrose had a great performance against Doncaster, but this is still a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, it is. And as well, just as I've said it as well during the specials as well, and Tim Smith, he's definitely had lots of opportunities and he's had that big presence, but I feel like Montrose are just capitalising on Tim Smith, what he's doing in the forward line a bit. Do you feel that way too, Besto?
I think he's been reasonably well held, though. I think Garthwaite been playing on him, I think, for a lot of the first quarter, Jack. So I think he's been pretty well held. And I mean, you can't be too reliant on one player, and I think we probably worried about this at the start of the game with the 2 Garner boys out. But he's having to sort of do it on his own, and because he's not sort of not sort of getting into the game, they're really struggling a wee bit. Although having said that, Geordie Daff has looked a bit lively, kicked a goal, and he could have had a second one there just towards the back end of that quarter. But, yeah, they need to find another outlet to goal, definitely.
Yeah, it's the Saints, I feel like they're just pushing up the ground a bit too much, giving a lot more space to Montrose where they can mark that intercept ball. The handballing game's been really working well for Montrose. Is that the way you've seen it as well, Josh?
Yeah, I think the South Belgrave forward line have pushed up. I'm guessing they're just trying to create a lot of space for their key forwards, namely Tim Smith. I mean, even Damien Garner has pushed up the ground a little bit in recent times or late in that second quarter. So, but the defence has held up really well. Some chain of handballs have been really strong from Montrose. I feel like, just looking at Paul's stats, South Belgrave had the most clearances, 25 to 15, but I feel like Montrose's clearances have been much more effective. I mean, kicked 2 goals in 2 minutes through Ryan Garthwaite, and that was courtesy of Taj Heap's clearances. So I feel like with South Belgrave's clearances, they're just bombing it inside 50. Obviously, Liam Kidd probably had the bulk of those, but it's still something that South Belgrave have to work on.
Indeed. So we got the analysis there from Besto and, of course, Josh Ward there. So we're going to go through just some scores as well. Ball at the moment, they're leading 10-4-64 to Norwood, 7-2-44. Norwood did give Baldwin a little bit of a scare before. No scores apart. I've got scores here as well. Vermont and Blackburn, the Burners are leading 50-39. That's at half time. So Blackburn, as I said, as I alluded to, they always show up to these sort of games. Roval up comfortably over Berwick at the moment. East Ringwood leads 7-9-51 to South Croydon, 4-5-29. Bayswater lead 9-3-57 to Doncaster, 3-7-25. Mitcham having a field day over Mirrabah, 9-10-64 to Mirrabah, 2-2-14. No other scores I've seen here. We might get Josh.
The Bulls score hasn't come in?
No, we haven't got a score down there. Josh, you might.
Got a score from North Ringwood at Quamby. Beaconsfield 4-5-29, trailed North Ringwood 4-10-34 at half-time.
Oh, that's a bit closer than we thought.
Waverley Blues, almost like the opposite way in their semi-final last year. The Blues are leading 7-6-48 to Heapmont, 2 straight 12. So
that's a very surprising score.
Yes, indeed. Josh, have you got your Surrey Park boys score there, mate?
They're leading at half-time against Dom Val. The Vals are pretty inaccurate in front of goal, 1-7-13. Surrey Park 4-5-29. So
wind. It must be the wind down there.
It could potentially be the wind, although it is nice conditions out here. Obviously, Dom Val is pretty far away compared to out here at Belgrave South Recreation Reserve, but yeah.
Knocks over Coldstream, Sylvan over Fair Park at the moment, and we go to Division 4. Nunn and Warning lead by 4 points. Scoresby lead by 24 points over Forest Hill. So, boys, before we head off to the halftime show, give us a tip. Can you see South Belgrave coming back? They are the only team, I reckon, right now to come back from this. Can you see South Belgrave winning from here?
Absolutely not. Give them no chance, to be honest. I think Montrose are just too good. They've dominated the game. I think they're just too far ahead on the scoreboard. South Belgrave would have to, something completely dramatic would have to happen for them to get back into it. So I think Montrose will get home from here.
Oh, I still think Montrose will get home from here. It is 40 points, and I mean, if any side can come back from this margin, it is South Belgrave. You know, they're unbeaten in the home and away season last year for a reason, and they've been one of the benchmarks for the last couple of years in Division 2 in 2022, and then Division 1 obviously last year. So I don't think they can, get the win, but I just think that they'll be able to cut a bit into the margin.
More of a fight sort of thing as well. Yeah. So that will do us for half time down here at South Belgrave Recreation Reserve. It's the Demons up and about at the moment. They lead by 39 points over the Saints. More action coming up after this. Don't leave your screen on YouTube or twist that dial to 98.1 because this game is still in the balance, and we'll take you to the call team after the break.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice-cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland match of the round. South Belgrave versus Montrose, Division 1 footy here. And at half-time, Montrose 9-4-58 leads South Belgrave 2-6-18. Bit of a surprise coming in to see this result at half-time, but still not over. If there's a side that can get themselves back into this game, it is certainly South Belgrave, and there they are running out onto the field at the moment right in front of us. They're going to need a big second-half performance, but Paul Uconi in the Stats Centre, having a look at some of the stats at half-time, they're certainly within this contest. They're getting opportunities, but they're certainly not making the most of them, and they're probably not using the ball well enough going inside 50.
No, we were talking about it just before. I said they've had 30 inside 50s and they've had about 25 clearances. But as I said to you just before off air, that they're just bombing it in. They're not creating a lot of real opportunities to give themselves a chance at kicking goals. So if they do that, they can get back into this game.
And that's exactly what we were talking about at half-time. Montrose's clearances have been much more effective. You know, Taj Heap in particular has provided some daggers inside 50 to the likes of Garthwaite to Bailey Wide, and whereas South Belgrave, while someone like a Liam Kidd has gotten those clearances, or even Tyrese Liu, it's just high up and under kicks playing right into Montrose's defence's hands.
Absolutely.
Indeed. Yeah, sorry about that. I was just reading some more scores. But yeah, it's just been all red and blue, you would say, definitely around here. But we've been alluding really hardly on these Saints. You know, can they come back? Can they bring back? Can Tim Smith lift? You know, he's had those presences and opportunities, but he just has been held down back really well by the two defenders of Staples and Garthwaite. So I want to see him firing. He's a bums on seats sort of player, so it'll be good to see him up and about. So, but yeah, another player as well, Warren Garthwaite, having an exceptional game, 5 by half time. Can he also be the man to, don't make them come back, because it's a hard slog for South Belgrave, but we'll see.
Well, they've got the potential to end this game in the next 5 minutes of this third quarter. If they can kick 1 or 2 goals, you stretch that margin out to beyond 50 points, and you're not coming back from that. But let South Belgrave in, give them a sniff. It's game on, and they can score quickly, and it's just going to be, can they use the ball well going inside 50, create some opportunities, and be able to kick a couple of goals in the first 5 minutes and get back into this contest. Any scores around the grounds that you haven't touched on or think are interesting enough to go over again? There's a few interesting ones around the grounds at the moment.
I'd say Vermont and Blackburn's probably the interesting one. I think Blackburn's leading by 11 points at the moment over the Eagles there. So Blackburn always show up to these sort of marquee sort of games when they play against Vermont as well. I think Mitcham, nothing really big. Bayswater's being Doncaster comfortably at the moment. Mitcham's all over Murrabak at the moment. I would love to see a score from Park Orchards and Montuna. I think that'll be another interesting game. But still don't have a score down at Tullamore Reserve. If someone could help me out.
They're 10 goals up, the Hawks.
Okay, so there. I think Ringwood are all over East Burwood last time I checked too. I think they were up by 30 points. So
I've got a score out at... no, never mind. That's a reserve score. Park Orchards defeated Montuna South Reserves by 17 points. Haven't got a update in
that's
the
a big win.
Game, though.
That's a big win for Park Orchards.
Well, the reigning premiers back-to-back as we're back here for the second half. Josh Ward to take us underway.
Rossetti with the first tap down of this second half to Braden Ryan, though. Trying to bustle his way through was Kidd once again, got the kick but was smothered. Riley Hams
boundary
sets shot sail for home. Garth waits, couldn't take the mark. Robertson rushes it through as we go down boundary side to Brett Beston.
Down here with Gary Ayres, coach of the Montrose side, and Gary, I guess more of the same in this second half.
Yeah, pretty much. It won't change from our end too much, and whether we can still apply that sort of pressure that I guess we've done in the first half. I thought start of the second they probably just got on top of us a little bit round the stoppage, but then I thought the momentum shifted and we were then able to regain that momentum. And of course I think it's going to be a stoppage game, and I reckon they'll probably start trying to throw the ball around a little bit, so we just have to be very, very clear on what we're doing and just be aware that they might just take the game on and just run and try and get back into the game.
Stuff. Thanks, mate.
As Gary Ayres was talking, the kick inside 50 from Hams hit up Ryan Garthwaite, and he's going back for number 6 and the first of the second half, and this would just be a killer for South Belgrave. Ryan Garthwaite comes in, goal number 6. Unbelievable.
Goal number 6, wearing the number 6.
10-5, 65, Montrose, South Belgrave 2-6-18. 1.5 minutes gone into this third term. And that is the worst start possible for South Belgrave, who just cannot afford to be giving away goals here.
It definitely isn't. And not to Ryan Garthwaite especially, who is definitely a contender for Sportsco Eastland Player of the Day with his 6 goals.
Boundary.
As we go down boundary side to Brett Beston.
If he continues at this rate, we might have to wheel out the famous Hutto call. 13.
He's on track.
He is on track, definitely for 10 goals after a 5-goal first half. As up we go in the middle. Liu got it only down to Darcy Laurie. Peters can't run onto this ball. Instead, it's Descent. Got a handball away. Looking there for Greg Lord. Couldn't. Descent will still get hands on this ball. It's forced out of bounds by 2 South Belgrave players, and we'll get a boundary thrown right in the paint of the arc out here at Belgrave South Recreation Reserve, right near us on this broadcast side as Rossetti and Liu move into position. Ball fell short of them. Keeley garnished a handball away to Braden Ryan. Kick wasn't all too great. And Montrose's captain, Ben Descent, who has probably had a quiet game, I feel, Ben Descent in midfield. Goes down the line. Staples was legally pushed out by Connolly. Bromley goes down the line to the half-forward flank on this broadcast side. South Belgrave player affected the contest. That was Simonson who spoils it. Out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. 3 minutes gone in this third quarter. Montrose with the first, leading 65-18. A perfect start for the D's, a not-so-good start for the Saints as boundary umpire gets ready to toss this ball back into play. No clear winner in that ruck contest. Liu working hard on the ground. Got it to Ryan. Kick was rushed. doesn't fall into the hands of Tennant, and we're going to get a boundary throw in this forward pocket on the broadcast side for Montrose. South Belgrave.
Just what I'm saying is, well, Montrose are leading straight to the ball where, you would normally see a forward leading straight to the ball, but it's always Montrose that are leading. So maybe that's a little bit of a lapse that South Belgrave are providing.
So back into play now. Watson got the handball off to Hams. His kick clears it out. Finds Liam Canny there. Second game for the D's. Switches it to the far side. Has got Nagel. Nagel handbusses it off to the runner in Tennant. Tennant down the line. In front was Bailey White. Tapped it towards the boundary line. Black gets it as he's seen over the line. 4 minutes gone in this third term. 10-5-65 Montrose. South Belgrave 2-6-18.
Just saying as well, Liam Canny as well, second game, fresh from Tasmania. So another handy inclusion. Hasn't really, been where he was last week though.
Well, here's Luke. Got it off to Kidd. Liam Kidd out the back now. Chance for South Belgrave. The snap towards goal. It's a minor score. I'm not sure who kicked that one, but
I think it was
Simonson maybe.
Simonson, 2 goals, 7-19 to 10-5-65. Montrose with a commanding lead.
As Lord danced past Keeley, goes straight through the spine of Belgrave South Recreation Reserve. Heap on the ground. Handball was read well. But it's Montrose who still managed to move this ball forward. Canny with the kick off the ground. Garthwaite's going to run onto this. Got the handball over the top. It's Bailey White who's going to run into an open goal and kick Montrose's 11th.
Just sorry, boys. That chaos footy just yet again. Just banging in there. That's what Taj Heap or Liam Canny just did then. And just, I don't know how Bailey White's had all the time in the world to kick that goal. Just no back defence there by South Belgrave, which we don't see. We haven't seen this by South Belgrave in the last probably 2 to 3 years at the moment, and it's just an ordinary thing to see South Belgrave acting like this. What do you reckon, boys?
Yeah, 2 players out the back, and one of them obviously was White, who was able to finish off, and they've just been dominant today. You have to, take your hat off to the Montrose. Been able to execute everything they've planned, as we heard from Gary Ayres ahead of the game. They've got it now again through descent. He's got plenty of time and space. The kick finds a target here right in front of us. That's Darcy Laurie. And Laurie will send the D's into attack again. That ball clears Taj Heap and bounces out of bounds. About 45 metres from home. 6 minutes gone in this third quarter, and it's all over. It's 11-5-71 Montrose. South Belgrave 2-7-19. 52 points. It would have to be a mammoth comeback to come back from here. Garthwaite out of the ruck. Got the handball off the Heap. And his kick to a one-on-one. Almost taken. He's done well here. Was able to pick it up nicely. Snap it on the boot. Just for a minor score. 11-6-72 to 2-7-19. 6.5 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in this third quarter.
He's been huge, Taj Heap. He's had a little bit of forward time, a little bit of midfield time, but he's been huge today for the Davids, and why they've pretty much got up to this win.
As the kick in finds William Evans. I think made his senior debut last weekend, the former Roval junior. Out wide he goes to Simonson. Read the bump well. Goes inside 50 looking to Smith on a one-on-one. Just went over the top of him. Will Damien Garner run onto this? He doesn't. Farrell got a handball away to Bo Tennant. Again, the Montrose defence standing up to South Belgrave's attack. And it's a really good kick to Brad Watson. He's got players on this far side. Finds one in Jacob in Eels. Watson gets it back. Kick was a really good one. And Montrose are out once again. Hams doesn't receive the handball. Peters. Now South Belgrave might be out. Matteo Delfonso immediately launches inside 50 to Tim Smith in a one-on-one. Garthwaite did really well. Rossetti got the tap. Only to Braden Ryan, who'll pass it, dab it. In fact, to Damien Garner. Smart play from Braden Ryan, who could have blazed the way to goal there, but instead got the short chipping ball to Damien Garner, who can go back and kick his first goal of this contest.
I know Garner's actually ended up with the mark and shot at goal here, but well done by Garthwaite in the Jack variety there on Tim Smith. Has done a fantastic job when he's been on him.
This is the first time we've seen Damien Garner today. He's been very quiet.
He has been.
Yes.
Yeah, very standards.
As he comes in, this will be a big boost to his confidence in South Belgrave, but he's missed. The Saints 2 goals, 8. 20 to Montrose, 11-6-72. 8.5 minutes gone in this third quarter.
They've just done themselves no favours in front of goal.
Yeah,
they've been outplayed anyway, but they haven't made, any of their opportunities.
And, that's another experienced player that you need. Having Damien Garner, he's just been very quiet.
As well as Smith, neither have had any impact on this contest. The other two Garners out of the side. Big fly there from the back in Rossetti. And it's South Belgrave going forward again, running onto this. Could have been Peters. Tim Smith's there. Peters picks it up. Couldn't quite control it. Hams gets in there for Montrose. And under a lot of pressure, Eels gets the handball out. Cut off by Delfonso, who's tackled right away. Ball falls out and Montrose are out. Right in front of us here. A chance now. Emberson got it back to Descent. And they go forward. And they've just had all the answers so far. Rossetti went back to Tennant. Tennant goes forward, hits up a target. It's Kyle Staples. Staples inside 50 in the Garthwaite direction. Easy. As easy as you like. And Ryan Garthwaite's going to go back for goal number 7. Kicked 7 last week.
He's definitely the man in form at the moment, isn't he, boys?
And just the kicking, inside 50, compare that to South Belgrave's entries.
Yep.
They've been able to certainly help out their forward line.
Field kicking has definitely lifted as well for Montrose. They were a bit shaky in the first quarter, but I think it's definitely improved.
So here he is, Ryan Garthwaite, looking for goal number 7. That kick is holding its line. 7 goals to the big man. And this game is well and truly over. Montrose 12-6-78 to South Belgrave 2-8-20. 58 points, 10 minutes gone into this third quarter. An absolute masterclass up forward.
Yeah, it's just been unbelievable. It's something that, I've obviously been heavily a part of this great footy club, and I haven't seen.
Settle down.
No, I'm just saying.
Down.
I haven't seen this more. I haven't seen this in a long, long time. So it's exceptional. Well here, they've recruited, heavily well, you would say, but it's very good at the moment.
Up we go in the middle again. Rossetti with the tap down to Descent. Heap. Looping handball looking for Emberson, who will still run onto this ball. He does now. Got Heap as a backwards handball option. Instead goes to Liam Canny. Is Garthwaite parked underneath this? He might get the crumbs. It's going to be a ball up inside forward 50, but Ryan Garthwaite won't mind this. He kicked a couple of goals from ruck contest, and he's going to compete in this ruck contest now. Doesn't get the tap out. It's Bartels weaving his way through. Kick was not good at all.
It's just stuff we have.
As we go down boundary side to Brett Beston.
I was just thinking, boys, this is only just a regular season game. Can you imagine if Montrose win the flag? I mean, Blake's bad enough today.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll be allowed on the call if they make it to the final this year.
Yeah, be banned, I'd say, definitely.
Yeah, I agree.
Richmond Josh F., the Surrey Park man.
Here's Isaac Tanserman from a very tight angle, probably kicking from 25 metres out. And they love it, Montrose. What a brilliant performance this is from the D's. Their 13th goal of this game. And they've kept South Belgrave to just 2. 2-8-20 the Saints. Montrose 13-6-84. 12 minutes gone here in this third quarter. Blake Tennant.
13th! There you go. I had to bring that out. It was talked about off air. But, just an exceptional play there. We just haven't seen this from South Belgrave, haven't we?
No, it's actually quite shocking. I mean,
yeah.
These things happen and sides get a run on, but they've had no answers today, and that's... I know it's just an off day, but nothing to worry about in terms of the long term. But it's more of a statement from Montrose as we're back in the middle again.
Staples in the
Tyrese
ruck.
Lou against Staples. Staples tried to get the handball forward. His kid went backwards. Under a bit of pressure here again. Caden Black now. Chance to go forward. Past Tim Smith and towards Damien Garner. Free kick being paid here, and that's going in the direction of Montrose, I believe. No, it is going to Damien Garner. So he's in range. Hasn't kicked one today. He's had a couple of shots on goal. Just hasn't been his day, but has a chance to kick one here. It would only be South Belgrave's third goal of the afternoon. And that one's not going to work its way back. It's just a minor score. Stayed right. 2 goals, 9-21 to Montrose 13-6-84. This might be their lowest score in quite a few years if they don't...
Can I just add on to that too, Ryan? You know, they're missing out on, 2 of their players, but this is where your depth sort of comes in for South Belgrave. Have they got that depth? They're getting heavily questioned out here, I reckon.
As the ball falls on the ground after the Riley Hams kick in. Montrose wrap up this ball, and we'll get a ball up about 50 metres out from the Saints goal on this far side. A tap out from Staples, looking for Emberson. Boundary line will beat him. And we'll get a boundary throw in here on centre wing on the far side. The clubroom side out here at Belgrave South Recreation Reserve. Thank you for tuning in. Eastland Match of the Round. Radio Eastern, Facebook and YouTube, as Liu took it out of ruck after getting front position. Wrapped up there was Braden Ryan, and another stoppage. So slowing down these last couple of minutes as we get a ball up. Liu again took it out of ruck but pushed out Cole Staples. Could it be 50? Umpire says it isn't. It is Staples with this free kick. He has had his moments. Been swung into ruck now. To give a bit of a chop out for Charlie Rossetti and Josh Sparrow. There's plenty of players calling for him. He goes backwards. Jack Garthwaite, who's had a solid game on Tim Smith. Jacob Farrell all by himself. Got Geordie Nagel in front of us. Kick was too high for him and spoiled. Out of bounds there for a boundary throw, and that was Braden Ryan. Right in front of us here in the van.
15 minutes gone in this third term. Eastland Match of the Round. Montrose 13-6-84. South Belgrave 2-9-21. Yes, you did hear that right if you've just tuned in. Massive lead here. As the ball comes out to Tyrese Liu. Kid comes in over the top. We'll lay a tackle and we'll get a ball up. Back in the middle of the ground. Quite unbelievable. 63 points. Certainly wouldn't have predicted that coming into the game. Tap forward. Got to Kidd. And he's caught by 2 demons. One of them there in Daniel Chamberlain. And we'll go to Paul Uconi in the Stats Centre.
10 tackles to 8 in this third quarter in favour of Montrose.
Thanks, Paul, as we see Descent go forward. Tried to get it to Tanzimat there. Or Hugh, naturally. And there's Descent again. He's well tackled by Kidwitz, holding the man. So I think you would have heard that on the broadcast. The South Belgrave fans not pleased on that one. There's Descent at centre half back. Short kick forward. Finds a target in Darcy Laurie. 63 points up, as we said. They're in no need to rush. As they go down the line in the direction of Garthwaite, who's already got 7. Flying in there was Connolly, who punched it out of bounds. So he's kicked 14 goals in a matter of 2 games. And Blake Tennant has seen enough. He's walking out of the box as his Montrose team is 10 goals up.
He's convinced they've got this in the bag.
Well, they certainly not going to lose this one as Garthwaite out of the ruck just pushes past his opponent. Goal number 8. Unbelievable. This is a masterclass. 14-6-90. Montrose, South Belgrave 2-9-21. That man has another Sportsco Eastland voucher coming his way. He's been best on ground. 8 goals. There's a lot of players who have been good, but when you kick 8 goals, it's hard to not give your best on.
Do you need me to do scores or?
Oh, you can do some scores as well.
Okay.
It was clear. He does have somewhere to be apparently. So
well,
I do.
Actually, I do have a statistic. The inside 50s in this quarter are 9-7 in favour of Montrose, and the clearances are 7-5 in favour of Montrose as well.
So he's on track for 10 is Ryan Garthwaite. Might not get a chance to get goal number 9. Canny is heading in that direction. Didn't get near the ball in the end, did Garthwaite. Kick was smothered from Jay Robertson as we go down to Brett Beston on the boundary.
I know we like to share the awards around, boys, but at the moment I've got Ryan for probably 2 out of the best 3 goals of the day as well. So
yeah,
I think he's going to scoop the pool, I think.
Well, he had the Sportsco Eastland voucher of the day last year. I don't know if he's used that, but he might have another one, as well as the Tobin Brothers Voucher.
As up he goes in ruck. It's Ryan with the clearance. Eels fell short of him. Smith. Just a chipping kick over the top. Is it 15? Umpire says it was. And the mark taken there from Jordan Eels, who's been impressive in defence, as has this Montrose defence, despite South Belgrave having plenty of inside 50s as we go to Paul.
They've been very, very impressive in the intercept marks. They 10-4 the way of Montrose.
Super impressive from the D's as Lord goes to the clubroom side or the far side out here at Belgrave South Recreation Reserve. Brad Watson got an option short. That man is Tai Chi, who's a contender for MEGT Rookie of the Day.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's been superb in midfield as Garthwaite looks for Farrell right in front of us, finds him, got Greg Lord on the handball receive. His kick was a very dangerous one, but it still pays off. Everything is paying off for Montrose. Daniel Chamberlain right in the middle of Belgrave South Recreation Reserve. Garthwaite coming through! It's the Ryan Garthwaite show out here at Belgrave South Recreation Reserve. A chance for goal number 9, Paul.
Passes it off.
Oh.
They have been so impressive up forward today. They've taken 9 forward 50 marks to 3 Montrose, and that is why they've got a big score on the board.
As Ty Galbraith has this chance on goal.
We have to say, and obviously he's probably been best on, Ryan. He's given away a couple, but the delivery inside 50 has been superb. First class.
It's been magnificent. It's on a slight angle for Galbraith, around 35 metres out, comes in and doesn't have any issues converting. It's entering into very dangerous territory.
I've been thinking for a while, could this be an 100-point margin?
Well,
the way it's going.
Oh, Lee Green says it could easily be.
It wasn't on air, but yes, easy, very easy.
Montrose 15-6-96, South Belgrave 2-9-21 into time on here in this third quarter.
Well, let's see what can happen from here. It's obviously over, 75-point lead to the Demons, but can South Belgrave put a bit more respectability on the score with a quarter and a bit to play? Josh, get a fact check on when was the last time South Belgrave copped a belting like this, if we can. Ball comes out here. Watson, handball forward. They tap it forward here through Rossetti. Peters is tackled again there by Ryan Emberson. Score update, sorry.
I was about to say Surrey Park are up 7-7-49 to Domvale 5-10-40. A tight contest out there at Domvale Reserve.
Yeah, it's a good one to keep an eye on. The handball out here finds Delfonso for South Belgrave. Looking for Black. And standing under it there was Jordan Eels, who's also been fantastic. Big fly from Connolly out the back. There's Bromley. Got rid of it. Kidd. High tackle, I think. No call there, so may have gotten away with one there, Montrose. 75-point leaders at the moment. They're inside 50. A chance now for Chamberlain, and he's caught high, and we'll have a free kick. He'll be on the arc, so about 45 metres out, and without much of an angle. So another chance just to extend that lead even further. 15-6-96 to 2-9-21. Been a superb game from the Montrose Football Club. They've been flawless this afternoon.
Boundary.
Does it go boundary to Brett Beston?
Well, bad news for the home side boys because Ryan Garthwaite had a spell on the bench, but he's back on the ground to create some more carnage.
Well, he's just in the pocket at the moment, so just watch him as this kick comes in from Chamberlain. That goes right through the middle. Don't worry about Garthwaite, because that's made the distance with ease. 16-6, 102 to 2-9-21. Paul Uconi Stat Centre.
I've got some around the ground scores from Premier Division. Baldwin 14-9-93 to Norwood 7-2-44, and East Ringwood lead 11-13-79 to South Croydon 6-8-44.
As I'm just looking back at probably the last time they convincingly lost, South Belgrave, it came out here in 2018 against Ringwood. They lost 38 to 110. Their losses in Division 2 in 2021 were we're not convincing. We're not as big a margin as this. As out wide we go. It's going to be a free kick to South Belgrave. It's in fact Geordie Daff, the late inclusion for the Saints, looking for Smith on the lead, who takes the mark. Even when South Belgrave are down by 81 points, he's still pulling off marks like that is Tim Smith, and this would be, given it's on a very tight angle for a right footer, this would be a very impressive goal and remarkable.
That is a great grab.
It is a very good one, and it would remarkably be his first goal of this contest. He's had his chances. He just hasn't converted. As in he comes, he's missed. This might be the first game Tim Smith potentially goes goalless.
That's the other thing we can get someone to chase up. If you're listening at home, send it through. When was the last time Tim Smith went through a game goalless and South Belgrave lost by this sort of margin? 80 points they're trailing by at the moment. Well, there's Greg Lord, who's able to kick this one forward and find a target in descent. Went back to Lord, and they're just running over the top of South Belgrave in every area of the game.
That was almost
and
out in the
Ty
foot.
Galbraith that couldn't quite take the mark, and we'll get a boundary throw in. 24 coming up to 25 minutes gone, third term. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 80-point Montrose lead. Thanks for joining us, whether that be through Facebook, YouTube, or Radio Eastern 98.1 FM. Hasn't been the close contest that we were after, but certainly been interesting to see just the way that Montrose have played this. It's been a perfect game from them. As Keeley goes backwards to Peters. And they're on here down to the middle.
Good tackling.
Caught by Taj Heap. That's a big tackle. Blake Simonson just hasn't had the impact he would like after a really good performance last week against Mitcham. Taj Heap, though, has been phenomenal. That kick, though, is out of bounds on the full.
Yeah.
Nagel took the mark outside the line, so taking the kick here is Costa. Too far out the score. We'll put it towards the corridor and the
good mark
direction of Smith, who's starting to get involved, but it's all too late. 2 goals, 10. He's looking for his first of the game.
Right after I say that it could potentially be his first goalless game for South Belgrave.
So a big chance here for his first of the day. As we said, it's been a long time since he's probably gone through goalless. He's missed a couple of shots. I think he's kicked the 3 behinds. And he's directly in front, about 40 outs. And that kick is through the middle. Tim Smith has his first, and South Belgrave have their third. 3-10-28 to Montrose, 16-6, 102. 26 minutes gone in this third term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
He does deserve that goal, does Tim Smith. He has had he's had his moments, but
they've defended him very well.
Yeah,
He hasn't had many opportunities himself, so it's nothing that he's done wrong.
No, he hasn't had those freakish moments like he's had in probably every game that he's played in South Belgrave colours. Is back up in the middle we go. Liu with the tap down only into Descent's hands. Trying to find Ryan Emberson, who's fought hard in midfield. Laurie spills to him. Becomes the tackler on Nicholas Keeley. We get a ball up. Still in the middle of Belgrave South Recreation Reserve. 26.5 minutes gone. Montrose lead 102-28 in this third quarter. A dominant performance as Kidd bustled his way through one. Kick again was a very high up and under one. But South Belgrave will go inside 50. Not for long, though. Jordan Neals with the intercept mark. He has been impressive in defence. We'll keep saying it has as this whole Montrose defence, this whole Montrose lineup. They've all played a role.
Well, there's not a bad play on the ground wearing the red and blue today. Everyone has done their job.
You're not wrong there, Ryan. As the kick will now go down the line here from Montrose. Garthwaite parked underneath this, affected the contest. Emberson affected the swallow. In fact, that was Garthwaite who's doing it all today, Ryan. Garthwaite pushing up the ground, kicking 8 goals, dishing off goal assist. He has been terrific. The ex-Richmond player. As we'll get a boundary thrown, true centre wing right in front of us on this broadcast side. Liu with the tap down to Nicholas Keeley. In fact, it was Bromley who got hands on this ball and not going anywhere. We're going to get a ball up. We've got a couple of scores. Moorbarker coming back, 70-51 Mitcham lead.
Kept Mitcham scoreless in that third quarter too.
That's a very impressive quarter from the Mustangs as South Belgrave move it forward. Tennant, he's been really impressive. Emerson just spilt the ball. Kidd as the quarterback got the handball away, and inside 50 the Saints go. Will it dribble its way through, or will Smith run onto this? He does! And has a second in a matter of minutes. South Belgrave have a fourth, 4-10-34. Montrose 16-6, 102. 28 and a half minutes gone here in this third quarter.
Absolutely. It's been a couple of, well, probably maybe 5 minutes here that they've played quite well here, South Belgrave, but it's all over.
I have a score from Division 2. Waverley lead 10-9-69 over Heathmont 3-1-19.
That's a big result coming out there. We'll certainly keep an eye on all the scores around the grounds. As Montrose will go forward here. The kick through Pune. Looking for Garthwaite, but standing in front there is Connolly, who takes the mark, plays on right away. His kick was smothered as he tried to get on the boot. Descent went the don't argue. Passed it off, but it was cut off. And Nuku links up with a couple of teammates, and they seem to go down the line, but cut off again by Patrick Hune, who's, I thought, has had a pretty strong game as well. And there's a three-quarter time siren, and it is Montrose 16-6, 102, leading South Belgrave 4-10-34. Josh Ward with the goal kickers with 1 quarter to play.
Warren Garthwaite has 8 goals for this contest. Bailey White with 3. Taj Heap with 2. Daniel Chamberlain and Isaac Tanzamak getting on the score sheet in that quarter for South Belgrave. Tim Smith now has 2, all coming in that quarter. Geordie Daff and Nick Keeley still the other goal kickers. We're going to go to a break here on the Eastland match of the round. When we return, Brett Beston will listen into one of the coaches, and we'll bring you the fourth quarter of action out here at Belgrave South Recreation Reserve.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
It's all happening here. Eastland match of the round. Montrose 16-6, 102, leading South Belgrave 4-11-35 at three-quarter time. Blake Tennant saw enough. He left. Josh Ward's falling asleep next to me. And Paul Uconi in the stat centre has jumped into the scores as well. And he's got some around-the-ground scores.
Yeah, I've got a score from Premier Division at three-quarter time. Vermont 8-8-56 to Blackburn 9-10-64. In Division 3, Coldstream lead 9-7-61 over Knox 8-5-53. Surrey Park lead 7-7-49 over Donvale 5-10-40 at three-quarter time. And Sylvan lead 9-13-67 over Fair Park 6-7-43 in Division 4. Nunawading lead 12-10-82 over Croydon North Emlock 11-7-73 and Scoresby lead 12-6-78 over Forest Hill 7-3-45.
Thanks, Paul. Some interesting scores there. And Josh, it's been the Garthwaite show up forward. He's got 8. I think that's a big talking point now in this last quarter. Can he kick his 10 and reach double figures? And he's given away a couple as well. But other than that, that's been obviously the focal point in that area of the ground, but defensively they've shut down Tim Smith, they shut down the players up forward. Damien Garner's had no impact. Midfield they've dominated. There's no area in the ground where they're going to walk away and not be happy with what they've seen.
No, we were talking about during the call that every player has made a contribution for Montrose. They've just in the matches we have seen Montrose the last couple of years, I haven't seen them perform like this. This is as good a performance as you can get under Gary Ayres. It's probably their best performance. I know.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I think it's definitely. I think it has to be right up there. Just
Boundary boys.
As we go down boundary side to Brett Beston, who I believe has Gary Ayres alongside him.
Gary, it must be in your wildest dreams you wouldn't have been able to dream of this being up by this margin at three-quarter time.
No, you don't come here expecting that at all, of course, and they've been one of the benchmarks of the competition in the short time. They've been obviously in Div 1, but I think it's been our method that I've been most pleased about, and also too the pressure that's generated and the momentum. We're getting better at being able to have the momentum in our way for longer, and I don't think they've had it. They got the last little bit of that third quarter, but hopefully now they stop, we reset, and of course we finish the game.
Hard to be critical, but you did mention to the boys just about overuse, just not getting too carried away in this last quarter.
Yeah, well, what happens sometimes is that you look at how can you bring your teammate into it. Now, your teammate to receive has got to be in the best position to receive. Should he use his mouth and have the ball carrier keep running, take grass, or should he be calling for it? And I reckon, yeah, we just got a little bit out of whack there.
Good stuff. Thanks, mate.
Good on you.
Thanks there to Gary Ayres and Brett Beston on the boundary. He can't be too unhappy with this performance. 16-6 to 4-11. And we're back in the middle again for the final term. Josh Ward, take us underway.
Up goes Rossetti and Robertson back into ruck. Rossetti with the tap down. Keeley with the clearance. Been swung into midfield in this final quarter. Tennant, was he pushed out? He wasn't by Aiden Kidd. Montrose managed to get this clearing handball away, although Delfonso lashes onto the loose ball. Inside 50 to Tyrese Liu, who's gone up forward now. Tennant picks up the loose ball. Handball wasn't all too great. Aiden Kidd, his kick was smothered by Tennant. The shot on goal there from Darcy Walls to the right. Final score, Montrose 102, South Belgrave 36. Three-quarter time score between Park Orchards and Montana South. The Sharks lead 52 to 31.
So kicking this one out, Riley Hams. Handy lead at the moment as he goes towards his coaching box. And that's punched over the line, or if that was out of bounds on the full, South Belgrave will take this. And it was out of bounds on the full. So the Saints will get another inside 50 entry here. And just almost knocking over Brett Beston, getting in the way there. The South Belgrave go forward towards the hot spot. Right in front, there was a push, and that was from Tyrese Liu. Pushed his opponent in the back, and Montrose will take this kick and clear
Boundary
it
boys.
out, looking for Emberson as we go boundary side.
If I could just get some treatment, he stood on my foot.
Oh, no.
I just got a foot full of stops on the top of my foot. I'm not going to be too good later.
I'll head over to the trainers and see what you can get done here. As Nagel, right in front of us, has Taj Heap. Tim Smith running at him, but Heap has been fantastic this afternoon. What a game he's played. Taj Heap inside 50, direction of Garthwaite, and they get two bodies to go up against him. Wide off the ground, soccer towards a teammate there in full forward descent. Got the handball out. A bit sloppy there. Couldn't quite grab it, was Canny. And they're going to clear this out, the Saints. Through Delfonso, got the handball off. And down the line, they find Sean Bartels. On that far side, it's going to be 25. 25-metre penalty there.
I feel like he's been South Belgrave's second best on ground, Sean Bartels. He's fought pretty hard, I have to admit.
Yeah, I think he has too. And he hits up a teammate. And they look to go inside 50. The sting of this game is gone. Punch from behind their descent. Ball comes out, and here's Laurie. Laurie for the Ds goes forward, running onto this. Ty Galbraith, but couldn't quite get there. The boundary line beats him. 2.5 minutes gone in this final term. The Ds 16-6. South Belgrave 4-12.
So it looks like Ryan Garthwaite is one out in the goal square. 2 away from a 10-goal performance. What a game it has been from the ex-Richmond player as boundary throw-in. Rossetti got it down to Heap. Emberson, kick inside 50 was smothered. It's Brad Watson, in fact. Shrug past one. Got it to Bailey White. Goes to the snap. Kick was smothered. It's still a boundary throw-in. A forward 50 stoppage, or forward 40 stoppage, I should say, for Montrose. We lead 16-6, 102 to 4-12-36, and we've got to commend them for their accuracy as well. They have taken advantage of most of their chances today, and it's come through the man who's in ruck now in Ryan Garthwaite. Got front position and the tap down. It won't be the clearance though. It's South Belgrave through Simonson. Out to Tyrese Liu, picked it up very cleanly. Got Braden Ryan calling for it, and he goes into the middle of the ground. It was a kick that paid off to Liam Kidd. Probably been South Belgrave's best today. Out to this broadcast side, half forward flank he goes, and there's a free kick being paid. South Belgrave faithful don't mind it. The Saints will get a chance to go inside 50 here, and it's through Bartels, who's looking for options. Inside forward 50, Montrose getting plenty of players back. Will they get hands on this ball? They won't. It's Aiden Kidd. Got a handball over the top here to Liam Kidd. Out wide he goes. Kick was smothered. Deflected to Kidd. He couldn't pick up the ball as Canny got the handball away. Plenty of players out here for Montrose. Bailey White. He's got Isaac Tanzamad running into an open goal. He shouldn't miss this and celebrates early. He knew once he got hands on that ball, Isaac Tanzamad, it was only going through one place, and that was straight through the big six. Montrose have 17-6, 108. South Belgrave 4-12-36, 5 minutes into this fourth quarter.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable game from the Demons this afternoon, and have run rampant out here away from home. A very hard ground to win it as we go boundary side to Brett Beston.
Well, you shouldn't laugh, but I've just got Darcy Laurie. He's come off the ground with cramp, and he's in a bit of a bad way, and he's in a fair bit of pain. And nothing like a sympathetic teammate. Daniel Chamberlain thinks it's hilarious. He's telling me to go and interview him. Is
there a Paul Uconi Stats Centre?
Scores from Premier Division: East Ringwood 14-16, 102, South Croydon 99-63.
Thanks, Paul. As Heap, another clearance forward, finds Kyle Staples. Taj Heap, I mean, we've talked about Garthwaite for Sports Grey Eastland Player of the Day, but he's been just as good, I think. Has set up a lot of these goals.
If it weren't for
and kicked a couple himself.
If it weren't for Garthwaite's 8 goals, he'd have the Eastland best on ground in the bag.
So coming in, Kyle Staples for his first of the afternoon has got it. Another one for the Demons. One for the Demons. 18-6, 114 to South Belgrave 4-12-36. 6 minutes gone in this final term.
I wouldn't mind. It seems to me Montrose ain't putting their foot off the pedal, the Ds. Whereas one Blake Tedden calls them the Tros. They'll be up and about, that's for sure, out there at Montrose. The reserves also getting up today as we go up in the middle. Up go Rossetti and Robertson. Robertson with the high fly. Rossetti with the tap well though. Descent. Managed to get a handball away. Only to Liam Kidd though. Robertson. Got a player on the outside in Blake Simonson. Really nice kick inside 50. It can't find anyone. Walls affected the contest. Emberson out the back. He's also fought very hard in midfield. He might not get the plaudits of Ty Cheap and Ryan Garthwaite, but he has done well as South Belgrave intercept, although the kick is intercepted by Ben Descent.
Watson.
Well, Brad Watson, I beg your pardon, as immediately goes to Eels. Garthwaite on the lead. Took the mark ahead of Nuku. I wouldn't have been surprised if he went for goal.
He's too far out. He's got to get forward.
He is getting it forward now. Staples the big target. The fly there from Brodie Connolly. Only falls into the hands of Liam Canny. Emberson gets the shot away. And it's out of bounds on the full.
Just put him up at full forward and
exactly.
just let him get his 10. I don't think, looking back at our games of the last few years, I think only once have we had that. I think Josh Williamson had 9 or 10 against Donvale one day.
Possibly. I don't think
It's probably been a while since we've had someone complete the full 10. Double digits, but he's had 8 and probably could have had a couple more. That kick in defence finds Nuku just before it goes out of bounds. In the back pocket here for South Belgrave. He'll switch it back to the far side. Finds a target. And they just haven't been able to get anything going today. Here's Simonson down the line, bouncing footy. Bartels can't quite keep it in, and we'll get a boundary throw in. 8.5 minutes gone in this final term.
I've got a margin update out at Donvale Reserve. The Vales have come from behind. They're up by 8. They were trailing by 10 points. I think it was 9 points at three-quarter time, but now they're up by 8 points.
Workmanlike. This ball brought back into play. South Belgrave through Wine, couldn't quite get it. There's Bromley, got the handball out.
Free kick.
And a free kick coming back to Will Bromley here. He'll pass it off to Delfonso, whose kick was smothered. It still works out okay because it falls into the hands of South Belgrave. In the middle there is Kidd. Handballs it off to Peters. Peters inside 50. One-on-one in front position. Almost taken. There was Darcy Walls. Couldn't quite bring it in. And well done there by Jack Garthwaite, who's just been real hard worker this afternoon. Trying to get it out there was Daff. Got the handball forward and Descent. Their pressure has not dropped off, even with the margin to the extent that it is at the moment. 18 goals, 6 to 4-12.
It's been relentless, Montrose's pressure. They've done almost a perfect game. It's been near flawless as two players apply the tackle on Tyrese Liu. We've got another forward 50 stoppage for South Belgrave. Liu with the backwards tap to Darcy Laurie though. Tennant, who's again been very impressive in defence as Bo Tennant, as finds Hyun. Has got the vice-captain Riley Hams all by himself on the half-back flank on this broadcast side.
Around the grounds, ball in 124, Norwood 47.
Comfortable lead there for the Tigers as Garthwaite was in the middle of that contest. Kick down the ground from Chamberlain. He was out of bounds though. We'll get a boundary thrown right in front of us out here in the van out here at Belgrave South Recreation Reserve. 10.5 minutes gone. The D's lead 18-6, 114. South Belgrave 4-12-36. Eastland match of the round. 98.1 Radio Eastern FM streaming on Facebook and YouTube as ball's about to be tossed back into play here. Staples looks set to contest ruck against Jay Robertson. Boundary umpire waits to throw this ball back in. He does now. Staples from behind to Delfonso. Kick was intercepted by Hams. Immediately plays on. Garthwaite on the lead. Takes the mark. He does.
Don't pass it off.
I agree. Here's another chance for goal number 9. I'm looking inside Montrose's forward line. There's no loose man, so he's going back. He is, in fact, going back, Ryan Garthwaite. As they're already high-fiving each other, Montrose players. They are definitely up and about. Ryan Garthwaite, a chance for already his 16th goal of the season. And for goal number 9, will kick from right on the 40-metre arc on a 20-degree angle. A slow, deliberate approach. Let's loose now. Probably his first miss today. It's just drifted to the right. Montrose 18-7, 115. South Belgrave 4-12-36. A groan of disappointment around Belgrave South Recreation Reserve.
Ball clears it out. Back in the middle of the ground here. Hams picked it up, was tackled by Peters. It seems to be the only real thing. Will he kick 10 today? That's the only real question at the moment because the result is sewn up. Paul, you currently in the Stat Centre?
Got a final score from Division 4. Nunawading have won by 30 points over Croydon North. Mlock 15-13, 103 Nunawading to Croydon North. Mlock 11-7, 73.
Great win there for the Lions. They're off and running with their first win of the season. Ball forward here for South Belgrave, finding the hands of Darcy Walls. On the boundary line, he'll send the Saints into attack, and that kick, mark taken, not quite. Tyrese Liu tried to claim it, came off the hands of a Montrose player first, so we'll get a ball up inside 50 here for the Saints. Tyrese Liu in the ruck has been he's been all right. I thought he's certainly since he's moved out of that back line, he's had a decent afternoon, and a free kick here awarded to Ben Descent, the skipper of the Montrose Football Club, holding the ball. He kicks it to towards the far side in Greg Lord. Impressive young kid, this. I think he was their best and fairest last year. Had a fantastic season. Finds Watson. They're just chipping it around. They'll go back to Lord. Get their stats up for Premier Data on Monday. Lord finds a teammate here in Patrick Hune. And Ben impressive himself. Has Eels by himself if he wants him. And he will take that short kick to Nagel. Nagel's got Eels right in front of him, but will elect to go further down the line. Right in front of us. This ball over the top. White couldn't quite grab it. And we'll get a boundary throw in. 13 coming out to 14 minutes gone in this final term. 18-7, 115 Montrose. South Belgrave 4-12-36. The Eastland match of the round. Been a result we certainly didn't see coming. We thought this would be a close game. We thought if one side was going to get in control like this, it would have been South Belgrave with the way they've been. Here's Smith. He'll go inside 50 now, and he's got a target there in Tyrese Liu, who can take the set shot from here, Josh. He's probably about 35 to 40 metres out.
He has been one of South Belgrave's most impressive players. He's definitely fought hard, and in some ruck contests against Charlie Rossetti, just been able to out-muscle him and done a terrific job as the former Carlton VFL man.
Yeah, he's moved around positions this afternoon. This kick from outside the arc, that's a beautiful kick, and it's a goal for Tyrese Liu. He's first of the afternoon. South Belgrave moved to 5-12-42 to Montrose 18-7, 115. 15 minutes gone in this final term, and we'll keep updating some of those scores around the grounds when we have them. As we said, East Ringwood running away with that game over South Croydon, 108-63. We'll keep looking through. Baronia versus Mulgrave. The last score I had from there at Tullamore Reserve, 130-21. It's a pumping. Been a few in the first couple of rounds.
So up we go in the middle again. Heap. Handball back to Greg Lord. Definitely has racked up those disposals in this final quarter. Handball wasn't all too great though. To Kidd. He's wrapped up immediately. Paul Ukone.
Got a score from Premier Division. Bowen 21-10, 136 over Norwood 7-6-48.
That's no clear winner in that ruck contest. Canny. Descent. Delfonso now with hands on this ball. Garner was offering a lead. Falls short of him. Greg Lord. Looping handball over the top. Goes out of bounds.
I think if we want to talk about South Belgrave for a bit, there's as bad as they've been today, it doesn't worry me whatsoever about their season. They're going to get some players back, and it just hasn't been their day. It's a dirty day for the club, but nothing to be worried about from their perspective.
It just shows the impact that Mitch Garner leaves, because if Mitch Garner was playing, they probably would have been a bit of a better side and gone.
I don't think even with both Garners back in the side, they get even close today. Montrose's just been phenomenal. But yes, in saying that, getting those guys back is key.
They'll be very handy as inside 50. The Saints go once again. Rossetti in the hole. Drop the mark. The shot on goal from Daff is there. So a couple of late ones for South Belgrave, although I say that. We've played 16.5 minutes in this fourth quarter. There's 6 goals, 12-48 to 18-7, 115. I've got a final margin from actually out at Donvale, Surrey, and I think Donvale have won by 3 points.
3 points.
In a close contest. I'll try and chase up a final score as we go down Boundary Side to breakfast.
Just for your interest, boys, it has got a little bit darker as it does at this time of the afternoon. They've actually turned the lights on down here, so it's been a really pleasant day, but the clouds come over and the lights are on, but we've only got, a few minutes to go, so I think we'll be all right.
Got us some scores from Division 3. Coldstream 12-9-81 to Knox 10-5-65 and Sylvan 10-13-73 to Fair Park 7-8-50.
Thanks there, Paul, as South Belgrave look to go into attack again. A couple of late ones. Might be a chance out the back here for Costa. Couldn't quite control it. 2 Ds went head-to-head with themselves as Lord gets the kick out and finds a target there. Patrick Hune, who's been quite impressive. Like to see his stats on Monday. Certainly had a fair bit of the ball. He'll just go down the line right in front of us. White, the big fly! Mazda mark of the day contender. Bailey White will keep this going. Forward the mark taken here by Isaac Tanzamat. Where's Garthwaite? Where is he? Go long. Right in the direction of Garthwaite. He's out the back, standing in front. Ball hits the deck. Chamberlain's there. Handball out. A big tackle here by the big ruckman in Rossetti. Just watch Ryan here. South Belgrave playing plenty of attention to him. Here he is in the ruck. Here's Caden Black, the handball out. Big tackle by Liam Canny and another ball up. 18 and a half minutes gone.
I love how we've gone from Blake Tennant coaching on the ground in the teams to Ryan coaching from the
from the box. As we get another ball up inside 50, coming up to 19 minutes gone. And that has been really just the focus in this second half. How many goals can he finish with? He's going to get a free kick here. And Ryan will have his chance for goal number 9. 19 minutes into this last quarter. 18-7, 115. They lead South Belgrave 6-12-48. He's got to kick this to make the last few minutes interesting.
Oh.
He's already got his Sportsco Eastland Player of the Day. We announced that about 5 minutes into the second quarter when he kicked his 5th. And this for goal number 9. What an afternoon he's had so far. Ryan Garthwaite lines up, not far out. The kick on its way has gone through the middle. Goal number 9 for Ryan Garthwaite. Can he get 10? And that's a big talking point at the moment. 19-7, 121. South Belgrave 6-12-48.
They're handballing it to him now, I'm saying.
Well, we're about to go into time on. Are they aware that he's on 9 goals?
I'm not 100% sure.
I think you would be.
You would think so. I'm hoping they are. Hoping they are aware. Paulie Kone.
Got a final score from Donvale, Surrey Park. So Donvale have won by 5 points. Donvale 8-14-62 to Surrey Park 8-9-57.
As up go Rossetti and Robertson. No clear winner in that ruck contest. Watson. Down in the trenches once again. South Belgrave get this clearance through Robertson. Was there a holding free kick? Not according to the umpire. The spoil from behind only finds Tim Smith, who's not going anywhere, and we're going to get a ball up. So plenty of interesting scores from around the grounds, have to admit. Pretty close game out there as well between Donvale and Surrey Park as Tim Smith gets helped up off the ground by Montrose player. Good sportsmanship there as Rossetti with the big fist forward to Delfonso. High up and under kick. No mark taken. Montrose have the players on the ground. Bo Tennant been one of Montrose's best. Kick wasn't all too great. Wind with the snap. It's missed. It's just a minus score. South Belgrave 6-13-49. Montrose 19-7, 121. 21 minutes gone here in this final quarter. Paul Yukone.
Final score from Division 1, Bayswater have won over Doncaster. Bayswater 12-7-79 to Doncaster 5-13-43.
And a final score from Tormore Reserve 20 goals, 18, 138 Baronia to Mulgrave 4-3-27. How about that for a pummeling? A few worries there for Matt Richards and the boys out at Mulgrave. There's Taj Heap. We'll kick it down the line. Looking for a target at the back. Galbraith.
Here
He'll go deep inside 50. Punched out. Out the back here is Connolly. Wrapped up in a tackle by White. Ball falls out. Where's Garthwaite? There he is. Get it to him. Wrapped up into a tackle here. Well, watch him here. 22 minutes gone. Time's ticking on him. Here he is in the ruck. He's not going to get a free kick, is he? No, it's going the other way. As we go boundary to Brett Beston.
For all inquiries about joining the Ryan Garthwaite fan club, please contact Ryan Long on 04.
Don't let out my number on air. Thanks, Brett. The South Belgrave retreat. And this will go out of bounds here. Scored by Riley Hams. 22 and a half minutes gone. And it is a 72-point Montrose lead.
I mean, you are definitely competing for number one fan of Ryan Garthwaite alongside Blake Tennant.
Well, I've had to pick up the slack since he's left.
Up we go again. Robertson got it down to Kidd. Picked it up cleanly in the end. And goes inside 50 looking for Liu. Couldn't get to him. Falls out the back. The dribbler. Ends in the hands of Montrose. They go down the line. Wine parked underneath this. Good uncontested mark in the end. Looking for options inside 50. No movement in the forward line for the Saints as they forced to bomb it to the top of the square. Well, they get a shot on goal. D'Alfonso holding the ball, the free kick as Balls was wrapped up. We'll get a ball up. 23 and a half minutes gone. We wonder how much longer there is left for Ryan Garthwaite to get goal number 10, Paul.
15-7 inside 50s in this last quarter the way of South Belgrave.
Again, having the territory but not taking advantage. Blake Simonson might do so, though.
A three-quarter time score out at Seabeck. Roval 16-13, 108 to Berwick 5-4-34. So big winners out there on a day where they unfurl the flag.
Would have been plenty of emotion out there at Seabeck Oval. The first Premier Division flag for Roval as Simonson from directly in front, right on the 40-metre arc. Does he get the goal? He does. South Belgrave break through the 50 barrier. 7-13-55. Montrose.
He's going to be a great player for him this year.
Yeah.
Montrose hasn't probably had... sorry, I keep cutting you off before you say the score, mate.
No, I was about to say, South Belgrave 7-13-55. Montrose 19-7, 121, 24 and a half minutes gone in this final quarter. But you are right. He's going to be a terrific player for South Belgrave this year. Paul Yukone.
We have a score from Division 1. Mitcham 11-11-77 to Moorabach 10-11-71.
Oh, is that still going?
I
think so.
I think it is.
Well, that's one to watch out for. Here's Canny in the middle, gets the kick forward. Cut off here by Bromley. And he'll kick it towards a teammate there in Costo. Takes the mark on the chest. 25 minutes gone, and they're not going to let Ryan have a shot at 10. They're just going to let this play out. They kick a couple of late ones. Inside 50. Underneath it, Tim Smith. He's got two to beat. One of them in Rossetti. Did a fantastic job. And he's been impressive this afternoon. And he's got to be quick here because he had a player right behind him. Down the line. It's a turnover, and South Belgrave once again back into attack. Tim Smith this time in front and taking the mark. He kicked a couple in that third term, and this for goal number 3, all coming in the second half. 25 minutes coming up to the 26-minute mark.
Even when he's had not his greatest day in the office, Tim Smith, he still might manage to
might end up with 3, but yeah, you're right.
Not bad.
The skipper, as he heard from Heath Black, taking over the forward line as well. The assistant coaching as well as Taylor Garner. Smith comes in, and this one is a minor score to the right. 7-14-56 South Belgrave, Montrose 19-7, 121, 26 minutes gone. Siren must be close.
It must be. Could there still be a glimmer of hope for Ryan Garthwaite to get 10? As the kick in, finds the hands of Darcy Laurie. Chip over the top trying to find Vice-Captain Hams, and it does. They might not give him
Hams
that.
is moving too slow.
I agree. He needs to be moving quicker, and he's going sideways. Oh. It's still a good kick. Garthwaite at this half-forward flank. They choose to go short to Darcy Laurie. They're taking too slow. There is the siren. A statement from Montrose out here at Belgrave South Recreation Reserve. 19-7, 121 the D's. South Belgrave 7-14-56. Led by Ryan Garthwaite, who ends the day with 9 goals. What an outstanding game from Montrose. Near flawless, Paul Yukone and Ryan Long.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a big win here. I think it obviously says a lot about where Montrose are at the moment, and they've come into this year with high expectations. A preliminary final exit last year. This is a side they didn't beat. They met 3 times last year, and they were close in all, had some chances at multiple stages of the game, but they finally get the job done against the South Belgrave outfit. And after going undefeated last year, they're not going to have a similar run, but I think this is certainly 2 sides that are going to feature come September. Wasn't South Belgrave's day. Obviously, it's a dirty day for them, but they're going to be quite impressive this year. I don't have any sort of concerns whatsoever, and Brett Beston's out there in the middle. I don't know if he's grabbing someone or not, but it's great to see the Montrose Footy Club playing the way they are at the moment. That was a really strong, fantastic performance, and a great win, a great statement. They go 2-0, and they'll be on top of the ladder quite comfortably. Their percentage will be quite big. They had a big margin last week, and Brett Beston has got Ryan Garthwaite down there, so we'll cross down to the boundary, and Brett Beston...
Sorry, boys, I've got the star of the show down here, of course, Ryan Garthwaite. Boy, we were absolutely disgusted you didn't get that 10th. He even gave a couple off.
Yeah, I know. I was on the end of some great centre work today off the back of the mids, kicking it in. So, I like sharing just as much. I was one who got lick of the ice cream today, but other boys stepped up. Whitey kicked 5 last week, and everyone's stepping up to kick their 3 or 4. So it's working well. Yeah,
seriously though, I mean the forward line went particularly well today. We went for Taj Heap too. He gave you some great service inside 50, didn't he?
Yes, definitely. I think with Taji, obviously he's a very good midfielder, but those dump kicks that he kicked in today caused a lot of havoc, and just trying to get it into him that not every kick has to be perfect. Even though he is a great kick, just those dump kicks cause chaos and havoc, and we saw today we could be on the end of it if we're playing in front.
A side like South Belgrave, who are obviously one of the favourites for the comp, and you've come out here, we were expecting it to be close. You've blown them away. I mean, what does this mean for the club?
Oh, I think we had a thing on the board before. We were 0-3 against them all last year, and obviously they beat us in the semi-final, which was a great game of footy. So we really had a mentality to come out here and make it 1-3. So we obviously did that today, and a win's a win. The scoreboard's obviously a great 60-point win, but it's irrelevant. Next time we verse them, we know they're going to be stronger again. So we just got to keep improving, keep getting better.
Yeah, just a word about brother Jack, who did a superb job on Timmy Smith today. Kept him to, I think he kicked 2 goals in them, but he did a fantastic job down back.
He did. He's my cousin actually, mate. But he did. He's I hate playing on him at training, and whoever forward gets him for the opposition, they're in for a hard day. And obviously Tim's a fantastic player, and Jack kept him quiet today, but I'm sure next time they go at it, when it will reverse him, it'll be game on again. So, yeah.
Well done, great win today, and good luck going forward.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Thanks there to Brett Beston with Ryan Garthwaite. 9 goals, a best on-ground performance, and he'll be able to celebrate this one with the boys, and they'll go in to sing the song in just a moment. But wrapping up that score, 19-7, 121 to 7-14, 56, and they're very excited down there, and as they should be, Josh. That's a big win for the club.
It is a massive win for the club. As I said, it's a statement from them. They haven't put together a performance like this, I reckon, under Gary Ayres since he's joined. This is by far their best performance, restricting a South Belgrave side to just 7 goals, being very accurate in front of goal as well, taking advantage of all their opportunities. There wasn't a player that didn't contribute for Montrose. They put together such a terrific performance, and well, they're 2-0. Blake Tennant and I did put them in the grand final. Tennant himself had them as premiers, and I scoffed that off. But off this performance, I know it's early in the season, but if they can do this week in, week out, then who knows? They could potentially be premiership favourites. But they're definitely going to be up there this season, especially after this weekend.
Well, definitely. They will remain on top of the Division 1 ladder with a very superior percentage after today's result. So we'll certainly see how those other Division 1 games go. We'll keep a close eye in the last 13 minutes on a couple of games. But here's the song. The Montrose song. Big winners here. 19-7, 121 to South Belgrave 7-14, 56. We've got about 10 minutes to go before we wrap things up. We're going to get to some of the scores around the grounds. We're going to keep pushing through those. Paul Uconi, who's actually in the score centre now, he's moved from the stats to the scores. You've got an update from us?
I have got an update from Muralbark and Mitcham. It's a final score. Mitcham have won by 26 points. Mitcham 14-13, 97 over Muralbark 10-11, 71. And another score we have from Division 1 as well. Beaconsfield have beaten North Ringwood by 7 points. Beaconsfield 12-10, 82 to North Ringwood 10-15, 75.
Well, that's a great finish there between two quality sides, we think, this season. And looking at today's results, we'll have a look at our votes for this afternoon, our awards. We've got the MEGT Rookie of the Day. We've got the Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground, as well as the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day. I think the Goal of the Day is going to be the tricky one. Do we give it to Garthwaite? Is there another one you can think off the top of your head that was an impressive one?
I can't really think of another impressive one. All those goals off the top of my head came from Garthwaite, mainly in that second quarter, as looks like Brett Beston has an interview lined up there. I think I can't think of anything else really for a Goal of the Day. Can you think of one, Paul?
Not that I can remember, no. The only one I can think of is from Garthwaite, so
that's probably two awards coming his way. We might see Taj Heap is coming out with Brett Beston at the moment, so in a second we'll hear from them. Oakley District defeated Warrandyte by 10 points, and that was quite an inaccurate kicking in the first half at one stage. They were 5 goals, 15. So they are able to get the job done. A 51-point victory for East Ringwood over South Croydon as well. But we'll go to the boundary because Brett Besson has Taj Heap.
We do indeed, Taj Heap. Taj, great game from you today. We were just talking as you're coming across. You gave great service, and of course all the credit goes to Big Garthwaite at forward, but a lot of it was your work, mate.
Yeah, I think the mids are really connected this year, and we've really touched on it in the pre-season just to try and own that back shoulder and let's use our speed. Ryan's obviously great player, so when he's getting on the end of 6 or 7 every week, you're pretty hard to stop, which has been good. So it's a really good start to the year, but we're not satisfied yet.
It's a great team performance because the guys down back did a superb job too. Bo Tennant was good early, and then we had Garthwaite, of course, playing on Tim Smith, who largely just shut him down. Yeah,
we've put a lot of emphasis on those boys like Garthwaite and Garner. Obviously they're super players, so if we try and really stop them, then it goes halfway to getting the job done. They've obviously had the wood over us in the last few years, but Gaz pumped it up heaps. So it was a grouse win. Hopefully get him next time as well.
Has there been much talk about last year, because you did so well last year? You got to the prelim and the disappointment of getting beaten. Was there much sort of talk about that in the lead up to the season?
Not really. It was sort of just building blocks. Like I think this is Gary's 3rd or 4th year, so every year we just try to get better and really emphasise on our structure and the way that we play. Like we like to play really quick through the middle of the ground because we think we've got speed over other teams. So, it's really just honing in on that. And, I think we're starting to show it now. We're starting to show the combo what we can do, which is good.
And just a word about Gary. I mean, how lucky are you to have a guy with so much experience? He's played at the highest level. He's coached at the highest level. And he's just a fantastic, but great people skills, isn't he?
Yeah, he's super. He's gives so much knowledge just to the younger boys. It just makes everyone go up a few levels. That's at least what I've experienced. He's definitely the best coach I've been under. So he's helped me heaps, and I think the boys are starting to show what we can do, which is nice.
You realise you're going to be the hunted from here on in?
Yeah, no, not quite, not yet. We'll see how we go, but it's a good start to the year.
Mate, congratulations, fantastic game for you, and well done.
Appreciate it.
Thanks there to Brett Beston and Taj Heap, and I think we can give him the MEGT Rookie of the Day. He's eligible. He's 21 or younger. So if we're giving Garthwaite Sportsco Eastland Player of the Day, I think Heap would be a fantastic option for that Rookie of the Day. He's had a fantastic game. And a shout out to Brett Beston, who's been ill and he's had a massive day on the boundary, and I thought he was fantastic today. It's a bit of the Michael Jordan flu game almost from Brett Beston.
Yeah.
Bit of a throwback there. I thought he was fantastic. But let's go through our votes anyway. We're going to give it to Garthwaite. I think we sort of decided that quite early. But the 1, 2, 3, having a look, I'm going to go 1 vote. I'm going to give Jack Garthwaite 1 vote. I thought he's really strong down in defence and probably one of those underrated players who may not get as much credit as his cousin Ryan, but I thought he was really good. 2 votes to that man there, Taj Heap. I thought he was very influential with his ball use and inside 50 work. Clearances was quite strong from him. And then the 3 votes to Ryan Garthwaite, who finished with 9 goals in the end.
Yeah, obviously 3 votes Ryan Garthwaite too, and 2 to Taj Heap as well. My 1 vote, I was really impressed with Bo Tennant. I thought Jack Garthwaite was good, but Tennant was probably filled the hole and was probably leading the charge in terms of rebounding for Montrose. So he gets my 1 vote. Paul, do you have a 3-2-1?
Yeah, my 1 vote goes to Bo Tennant. I thought his defensive work, his intercept marking work was, particularly early, was really good. 2 votes go to Taj Heap, had an outstanding game in the midfield with clearances, and my 3 votes are got to go to Ryan Garthwaite. 9 goals, just an unbelievable effort.
Oh, I mean, maybe the hair stood out for Bo Tennant. It's hard to miss him with the hair and the boots.
Well, yeah, it's very much different haircut to Blake, who was in the box today, his brother there. But a fantastic performance from Montrose. We're going to keep going through with some of those scores around the grounds if we've got them. Josh has got a couple on hand at the moment.
I've got 1 final score from Montana South Park Orchards. The Sharks 85-52, knocking over Montana South out there, so a good win there. Scoresby 140, running over the top of Forest Hill 54, and as Paul mentioned, Nuttawading 103-73 against Corey North Emlock. Do you have other scores, Paul?
I have a score from Premier Division. I've got some scores. Blackburn ran over the top of Vermont by 24 points. Blackburn 14-11-95 to Vermont 10-11-71. And I've got some scores from Division 2 as well. Ringwood won by 32 points over East Burwood. Ringwood 9-11-65 to East Burwood 4-9-33. Templestowe won over the Basin 16-15, 111 to Basin over Templestowe over the Basin 6-6-42, and Waverley won by 64 points over Heathmont. Waverley 13-13-91 over Heathmont 4-3-27.
I think your mic's not on, Best Hope.
Sorry. Oh, it is.
Now it is. Yeah, now we can hear. No update yet. We're going to look at Doncaster East's Facebook page right now. Actually, Josh has got something on that game.
Oh, not that game, but I've got some Division 3 scores. I think Coldstream, again, they've run over the top of Knox 13-11-89 to Knox 10-5-65. They kicked 4 goals to just 2 in that final quarter. So, again, that fitness paying dividends for the Cougars. Sylvan 10-11-71, knocking over Fairpark 7-8-50. And Oakley District, as mentioned before, they won 10-23-83 to 11-7-73. And, of course, we've got the Upper Furniture Gully and Furniture Gully game, the Furniture Gully Derby, kicking off at 6:30 out at Kings Park. So if you're around the area, get on down because it's definitely going to be a fascinating duel. They've had
as well as the Croydon Lilydale game happening right now.
Well, we've got time. We could get out there.
I don't know.
Get the van out there.
Hook the van up. Let's go.
I think I've
got I've got another score from Premier Division. Balwyn won over Nord by 102 points in the end. Balwyn 25-13, 163 over Norwood 9-7-61.
And one result that will please Brett Beston next to me, the Bulls. 8-12 have defeated Doncaster East 7-9.
Ooh.
And that's a big result for Noble Park. I think everyone besides you had tipped Doncaster East coming into this game.
Probably
so
fair enough too. And based on, I was tipping a little bit with my heart rather than my head. But no, that's a great win. It's a great win.
It's a great
win. Away from home too. At Zerby's Reserve.
Zerby's,
hard ground to play at.
And we have a result from Morden Park. Blackburn with a bit of a surprise in the end. 14-11-95 defeating Vermont 10-11-7.
I think Paul read that one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I was about to say.
That's all right.
That's how much of a surprise it is. The margin, at least.
They're such a funny side, Blackburn.
They are.
They always sort of look like they might be there, and then they have a bit of a flat patch. They're very up and down, aren't they?
It's one of those things. I wouldn't back them in next week to have that sort of same performance.
Right.
But maybe, it's a different changing of the guard. Anthony Fagan takes over Brendan Allen, so potentially that's part of it. Paul Uconi?
Got another Division 4 score. Scoresby 21-14. 141 over Forest Hill, 8-6-54.
So that's a big result there. Having a look at a couple more. Have we got an update from Springfield Park at all? I don't think we've heard much from that game today.
I don't think so. That's definitely a contest I'm interested in.
Well, certainly we'll go through their socials at the moment just to try and get something from that game. Having a look now. Churnside Park have won.
106-85 they won. Good performance from the Pioneers.
Yeah, so that's quite competitive. So that's a good one there. Got a score from Seabeck Oval. Roval 21-14, 140 to Berwick 10-4, 64. That's a final score there. So a big day for the Hawks. They unfurled the flag earlier on and a commanding win at home. And they'll set themselves up for round 2. I don't know who they've got. That's I think they've got
I know
top of my head.
I know it's Vermont round 3 that they face.
And that game will be out.
Yeah.
Will be out at Vermont Recreation Reserve most likely, but that's a grand final rematch.
Well, let's see. They've got Norwood out at Mullumbullen Reserve, so
it should be a win.
They could potentially start the season off well, and I'm sure they'll want to do so.
Yeah, certainly right. Heading into that grand final rematch, we're coming to the end here. We've got a minute before we head out. Brett Beston, big day from you. Not feeling too well, and you've had a long one. You've been on the boundary by yourself, and we'll give you the 3 votes from the media team perspective.
No, it was a good day. I enjoyed myself, and as I said, battled through. But the weather was nice. I can't complain.
Yeah, we did pick a good day out here in terms of weather. Paul Uconi, a fantastic job, not just the stats centre, but specials and the score centre. You did everything today.
Yep, thank you.
Absolutely. And Josh, my co-commentator today, a big day from you, and not the best game in terms of a contest, but great to see a club really firing in Montrose in a bit of a surprise here.
Still entertaining, especially seeing you trying to will Ryan Garthwaite over the line for 10 goals.
I also am a Richmond supporter, and Garthwaite did wear the yellow and black, so maybe I'm a bit biased in that way. And Lee Green and Megan Green, who do a fantastic job every week here. And also Kate Green will be back next week with the women's starting on Saturday. We're not sure where we'll be at yet, but they'll be good to have.
She's all ready and raring to go.
Ready to go, so can't wait for that. That's it here out at South Belgrave Recreation Reserve. Montrose 19-721 defeated South Belgrave 7-4, 14-56.